There we go. Get the live feature. I don't know. I don't think any commercial going to be running today. I'm having a problem over on YouTube, and apparently I'm the only one having the problem. But welcome. I don't know what it is, but we're glad y'all here. Glad y'all here. I just keep getting this blank screen. Yeah, like, damn. It's just keep getting a blank screen. I had to hit up Deuce. I was like, hey, did you have problems with YouTube this morning? He's like, yeah, nope. I'm using it, but it works fine. My dumb ass is over here trying to figure out what's going on. I'll tell you what I did figure out, though.
What's that?
I did figure out this. Get them hoodies, baby. You saw that first round of gear being delivered today.
Yeah,
you know
man.
What it is. You know what it is.
Yes, indeed.
If you ordered on that first day, you should have some stuff arriving. I saw Bryce, Warren. They got their updates. Good stuff.
Let's see. Real quick.
Good stuff. Maybe I could fix it on my phone. Let's see. YouTube Studio. That's us. D'Lo and KC. What do we got here?
2 minutes. Let me see what I can do right there real quick.
Do that. Let's see. Where's come on, son. Man, I'm taking an L today. That's what I get for getting hot on our show call.
No, it needed to be done.
That's what now I'm paying for it.
Needed to be done.
Let's see.
Oh,
I mean, at least everybody can watch. I mean, I guess that's all that really matters.
I'll take you guys behind the curtain real quick. Hold on one second.
Shut up, D'Lo. Yeah, well.
Hold on. All right. Oh, come on. That ain't it. Not gonna be able to do it. All right, let's try it now.
Oh no, you got that Westbrook shirt on though. I know it is. Okay. I know what that's all about.
Yes, sir. Lake Show.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got that Westbrook joint on.
Hold tight. Don't want to record you illegally. Hold 1 second.
Oh dear.
Oh man, they hating on me. Like, I don't know what. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
That the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, is that a like that's a drop? Like that's gonna be on the show? Cause oh dear.
Come on, man.
Oh
saw
dear.
what happened. You saw what happened last night.
I saw it.
You saw what's going on around here, man.
I think the show's gonna start. Hey, what's good, baby? Come on in, man. It is Thursday. It's October. We finally got some fall temperatures here in Sacramento, and we've got a 2-0 basketball team.
Okay, yeah. Give me that 2-0 basketball team.
Who cares that it's only preseason?
I don't.
We got a 2-0 basketball team to talk about.
Yeah, I don't care.
We're going to talk a whole lot about it today. We got Deuce and Mo returning to the show for the first time in 2 weeks. Excited to have them. Feels like I've been nothing but see them. They were on last night. They were on this morning. I'm not a night chat guy. That is not my vibe. I'm firmly in bed at that point. I'm more of a first thoughts guy. So I get Deuce and Mo's first thoughts, and then I kind of move on and was able to catch a little bit of them this morning. But Deuce and Mo will be with us coming up at 1:47 today. The phone lines are always available for you at 916-349-1320. If you want to take part in the conversation, a great way to do it. Head over to twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can jump in the chatty house right there. and take part in the show in real time. But as mentioned, Kenny Caraway, Sacramento Kings win last night, 113-98. A lot to pick apart from this game. Thing that stood out the most, obviously, DeAaron Fox. But
Yeah.
we'll dive into the intricacies of this. But again, said this on Monday, preseason, I can't ask for much more. I mean, and we'll nitpick it. We got 4 hours. We're going to pick apart some things that we didn't necessarily love. But, oh, by the way, quick me shows you what the hell I know. It's like, I don't think Luke Walton's really going to change the lineup just for the sake of changing the lineup. I absolutely believe that Luke Walton changed the lineup last night for the sake of changing the lineup. I don't
100%.
I don't think this is a realistic starting lineup.
Damn near put Robert Woodard out there to start.
Well, he did not. He put your boy, stop it. He put your boy Mo Harkless out there.
That's my guy, Mo.
And our fearless leader, Tristan Thompson.
That's my guy, Tristan.
In place for Rashawn Holmes and Marvin Bagley. And understand Luke Walton's like, yeah, no, it's a possibility for a start. No, it's not. You're not starting Tristan Thompson over Rashawn Holmes. And I don't think you're starting Mo Harkless over Marvin Bagley either. If there is any change to the lineup, it's because you're going in an entirely different schematic direction. But again, the hell do I know when I said just on yesterday's show, oh, Luke's not going to change the lineup just for changing the lineup's sake. And about 2 hours later, like, yeah, I changed the lineup just for changing the lineup's sake.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Like, let's just see what's going on here. Let's see what we can do here. We're never going to do this in a real game. That's not what he said, but we're never going to do this in a real game. Let's see what this looks like. Mo Harkless and Tristan Thompson.
Is that unofficial confirmation that Luke Walton's a big fan of D'Lo and KC? He's like, let me go ahead and have some fun with these guys. Go ahead and have some fun with these guys and change the lineup.
It's for sure that he watches YouTube, and when he can't watch, he's listening on the Odyssey stream. That's what I thought. That's Mando for him every day between 12 and 4.
That's what I believe. I mean, he might be busy on some days between 12 to 4, but that's the beauty of the Odyssey app. Mm-hmm. That's the beauty of YouTube and Twitch is we're on demand, baby. If you can't catch us from 12 to 4, if work doesn't allow it, man, listen to us from 12 to 4 a.m. Listen to us in the evening.
And that's 100% right. And you would have heard, if you were listening yesterday, you would have heard us say, don't let nobody tell you different. You can watch this game.
Oh, we was watching.
Yeah, I saw the game. I saw it.
I saw every minute. I saw all of the cheesy commercial break spectacles that they do at the Staples Center as well for the Los Angeles Clippers.
I gotta keep it real. I love the kiss cam.
Do you really?
Yeah, I love the kiss cam.
I feel like the kiss cam is whatever, but there are also times where, like, come on, that was a plant. Everybody knows that was a plant. That wasn't real. Stop it.
The ones that go like really viral, I'd say 7 out of 10 of the ones that go viral, those are fake.
Right.
But sometimes you get some genuine moments. Like last night on the kiss cam, they had the couple and the woman licks the man's face.
Oh yes, that's yeah, that was the thing. Hopefully they knew each other, because if not.
That'd be crazy.
If not, he went to the bowels of the Staples Center for sure. They went down there and had a conversation.
If not, he'd be Urban Meyer if they didn't know each other.
Who is it? Wait, did you see that? Did you happen to catch the halftime show?
I fast forward through that.
It's the guy who balances stuff on his nose,
man.
Like a chair. Like he just. I don't know how you.
It's impressive and ridiculous all at the same time.
I think I saw this. I think the Kings Herald was tweeting a lot about this last night, but I'm so curious, when did he know? When did he know that, you and I were talking about this with Coach JT on the 94 Feet podcast the other night? We were talking about everybody knows we're all good at something. Mm-hmm. And if you're lucky enough to find that thing that you're really, really good at, that's awesome. Mm-hmm. This guy figured out, I could balance stuff on my face. I could balance a chair on my nose. I could balance a ladder on my head. It's fascinating to me. Absolutely fascinating.
I mean, like I said, it's impressive and ridiculous all at the same time.
Unbelievable. So
I saw him as I was fast forwarding through the halftime show. I didn't stop and watch.
Oh, well, you missed out because he was balancing stuff. Impressive and ridiculous. I think that does describe some of the things that we saw in the game last night. And when I say ridiculous, I mean Davion Mitchell is ridiculous, dude. Yeah, y'all. Hey,
as advertised.
Y'all wanted to see it. Y'all wanted to see Davion go against one of the big boys. Okay, you got that last night. You got Davion against one of the big boys last night.
Paul George, how you gonna shoot the ball at the top of the backboard?
Off night, man. That's off night. Are we sure off night is Davion's nickname and not Buddy's? Sorry,
went there.
That's my bad.
You went there. Sorry. I didn't.
Okay, that's my bad. We're not going to start the show with that.
Because I was about to. And look, I thought about it. It was in my head. I was going to be saying what was the worst shot, Paul George or Buddy Hield on that layup?
Buddy Hield on the layup. Come on, Buddy Hield on the layup.
Buddy might have had one of those situations that I gave you guys a story about the other day, though. You know, you going up for the
no situation.
It might have been that. I hope it was, because that was nasty.
Buddy was head. Oh no! I wonder if oh no was going through his head on a number of those threes. We'll talk about Buddy, Kenny's love, and I'm not. I'm not going to knock Buddy Hield. If Buddy's elite, so is Joe Flacco. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Eli Manning.
Hey, well, one of those three is going to the Hall of Fame. But we've got it, and I think that's my only hang-up. We have got to chill with that word.
Damien, like I said the other day, though,
calling that dude elite.
Some people's outlook of what elite is may be different than yours and mine. That's just kind of what it comes down to. When I say elite, I don't just throw that word around. Some people seem to just throw that word around.
I feel like
I don't throw that word around. Elite is truly for the elite. There's a difference between good, great, and elite. And some people just combine. They go from average to elite. Sometimes that's what they do. I don't do that.
You talk about taking a jump, man. I feel like I'm doing the entire 4-hour show in 8 minutes because I'm just like, now my brain is running. You talk elite. You know, DeAaron Fox took Davion Mitchell to the elite status last night. He said he's a top 5 defender, a top 5 on-ball defender in the league.
Hey, look, man.
And who knows better, by the way, than DeAaron Fox, who has to go against him every day at practice?
That's facts. It was not hyperbole. I said it. Mark Spears said it. There aren't many people in this league that defend the way Davion Mitchell does. They're just not. You don't see people defending that way. Does he keep it up? Does that mean he locks down Dame Lillard for 15? No, like people are going to get theirs, obviously, some of the greats in the game. And he's not perfect, but the way he defends, people try to say Patrick Beverly. No, Patrick Beverly just works hard. Like he's just kind of crazy, right? He's not a skilled defender. I'm going to say it now. Elite defender the way Davion Mitchell is.
Wow.
Davion Mitchell is an elite on-ball defender.
What a turn of events. We went from
he keeps his man in front of him more than 26% of the time. I know that much.
Does he keep his man in front of him for more than 2 dribbles, though? That's the question.
He keeps his man in front of him for 22 dribbles.
He might, as Paul George is well aware of. And the best clip is the one that the Kings put out on social media last night, where Paul George gave him the love, just kind of gave him it wasn't right after the play. It was it was a dead ball, but gave Davion a little bit of love after that.
Real recognized real.
Went at it.
Absolutely. Real recognized real. So Davion, he's as advertised, man. He is as advertised. And I know at some point, we'll get there. I'm not saying everybody has to do it right now, but at some point it'll be like, he's just good. I'm telling you, he's good defensively right now. He's elite defensively right now. But people are like, oh, that was college. Let's see what he does in the NBA. He does that against Book Knight, Pritchard, and everybody else in the summer league. Oh, let's see what he does against real NBA players, even though Book Knight and Pritchard are NBA players. Yeah. But then he gets in here and he takes on a Cameron Payne. He takes on a Elfrid Payton, takes on a Paul George, takes on a Reggie Jackson. You know what I mean? And look, these guys are elite ball players in this league. They're some of the best ball players in the world. He's not going to have a 0% shooting percentage against them. They're going to score some buckets. They're going to do some things. But play in and play out, he's there every single time.
Well, and maybe most importantly, it's the play that we don't see. It's the work that he does against DeAaron Fox. DeAaron Fox didn't say what he said about Davion Mitchell, and if you didn't hear it, we'll run it for you here shortly. DeAaron Fox didn't talk about Davion Mitchell being a top 5 defender, on-ball defender in the league now because of what he did to Paul George,
right? Or
because of what he did to Book Knight or Peyton Pritchard. He said it because what he does to him. That's why he said it. You'll hear what DeAaron Fox had to say. And, oh, by the way, DeAaron Fox had a hell of a game last night.
Bounce back.
Man.
You must have forgot.
We'll talk about DeAaron Fox. We'll talk about Davion Mitchell. We'll talk about everybody in a Kings uniform. We'll talk about our leader, Tristan Thompson. We'll dive into everything, all of the X's and O's of last night's game.
We're going to talk about everything Sacramento Kings. Everything Sacramento Kings. We're going to be here for the long haul for Sacramento Kings. But come on, Damian. Don't forget. I want it. I want all that smoke. I got it. Starting tomorrow at Oracle Park. Let's go.
Wait a second. You wanted the Cardinals to win.
I told you, yeah, because I want the Dodgers to lose every chance they get. But they got the little win once again.
Oh, dear. That's awful. That is awful. That is the worst button on that board. Do we have veto power on a button? Let's step out. Let's come back. Let's talk about DeAaron Fox and what he did last night as D'Lo and Casey continue. And Casey calms down on Twitch, YouTube, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Stop. Will W. Let's stop. Ain't nothing about, we don't care who we play. We don't care. We don't care. So if it's the Dodgers, then the hell with it. It's the Dodgers. We'll backhand their asses. All right. It's always fun to watch the Dodgers lose. That's all it is. That's all it is. But we don't give a damn who it is. We don't give a damn who it is. It could be, I'm positive about that. It could be the Cardinals, the Dodgers, or Mother Teresa. We don't give a damn. We're going to smack them. We're going to smack them up. Do I look like I'm worried about facing the Dodgers? Please. Please.
Okay. I mean, I get it.
Please.
I got it. Gonna be a hell of a matchup.
Dodgers. What the hell are the Dodgers gonna do? Look, that's a good team over there. That's a good team over there in LA. They won 106 games. No disrespect to the talent that they have, but when the Giants have what they have, you're not afraid to face anybody. I'm not doing the Jason Jones and putting a number prediction on it. I'm just very confident that the Giants are going to win this series. Very confident.
Okay. You definitely sound like it.
Very confident. Can they look? Huh? I mean, I hadn't even thought about that. I don't look. In all seriousness, obviously I don't disrespect the Dodgers. That's a great baseball team down there. I mean, they're not scrubs. You know what I'm saying? If it was the Cardinals, I'd probably disrespect the Cardinals because they ain't no good. They ain't got enough. 17 wins.
As we saw last night.
They can't even get a runner home from second base. They can't even put the ball in play with the runner on second base. So they're smoke and mirrors. They're getting fat on the end. They weak. I would disrespect them. Dodgers, no, it's a good team. It's a formidable series. They could win. We could win. I'm just confident that the Giants are going to win.
They left like 4,000 runners in scoring position last night.
Could never even put the ball in play.
Oh, I don't think I disrespected Eli Manning, did I? Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah.
Disrespect him how? That's man. Eli Manning is not a Hall of Famer. He's going to make it, but he's not a
Hall of Famer.
This dude.
Wow.
Hey,
Last name is Manning.
Jesse, how many times did Eli Manning make the playoffs? Because you know the answer.
He made the playoffs, I think, more times than you think he did.
3 times.
Okay.
He played for like 15 years. Made the playoffs 3 times.
Oh, he's efficient. What you want from him?
He's actually he's going to make the Hall of Fame. I understand that. I'm just telling you, he's not a Hall of Fame. It's almost like Buddy Hield being an elite shooter. Okay. Paul Pierce is way more qualified to make the Hall of Fame than Eli Manning. Way more. Borderline. No, he's a borderline
first ballot.
Yeah. I don't even think he's a first ballot, but borderline first ballot.
Yeah, he ain't a first ballot.
Phillip Rivers should be a Hall of Famer. He's better than Eli Manning. Eli was no scrub. I ain't trying to say it like that, but when you talk about Hall of Fame, that's different. He's
a Manning. Mannings go to the Hall of Fame. They already got Arch Manning's jacket waiting. Arch Manning's going to be richer than all of them. How is Cooper not in the Hall of Fame? They said Cooper was the best of all of them. Yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Steven, just say your man has to shoot better. Like let's not go here. I'm sure he's got some stat where Joe Harris might have been like 1 for 5 yesterday. Like, stop. Thank you.
Yes, welcome to the show that fights about the same stuff day after day after day after day after day. That's where we are here as a program. We appreciate you for being with us. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. And of course, the Odyssey app and 1320 AM. All right, we covered a lot there in that opening conversation. Covered a lot there in that commercial break there a few moments ago as well. But now let's settle in. Let's settle in and let's dive into some of the highlights of last night, KC. And I don't think there is a greater highlight than what we saw from DeAaron Fox. Not a big night from him. Maybe. I guess you got to be careful with how you use this term now. But an off night for him against Phoenix. And again, I feel like you can't even use that term anymore, given who the nickname belongs to. But he comes back 22 minutes, super efficient shooting, goes to the foul line. Yes. He's explosive, getting to the rim. And it's like, okay, this is grown man business right here. 23 points in 22 minutes for DeAaron Fox.
The other thing about it here, and I want to see this continue, obviously, gets to the foul line like you talked about, 6 of 6 from the foul line. Yeah. I mean, that's the difference right there.
That's Kenny Caraway stat right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just say he goes, 2 for 6 or 3 for 6. That's a 19-point night as opposed to 23. That's where you're getting your extra points to average 28 points a night or whatever you need to do, is being efficient at the foul line. So I love to see that. He played really well on the offensive end. And I feel like one of the things that I observe with this particular Kings team is they seem like they have a number of different ways that they can be successful. I'm not trying to overblow it like, oh, this team, they just got too many weapons. It's not like that. But we mentioned it yesterday. DeAaron Fox could have 18 points on a night and they still win by double digits, because right now it seems they have guys that can supplement that offense that maybe he doesn't have on that night. Then when I say that, the thing that worries me about that with DeAaron Fox is I don't want him to get into the mode of, like, I don't want him to be too passive just because he knows he doesn't necessarily have to score 25 a night for this team to be successful. Well, I don't want him to get too passive with that. And yesterday we saw him come out after, having that disappointing game in the first preseason game. We saw him come out being a lot more aggressive, looking for a shot. And that's where I want him to stay.
I don't think De'Aaron's there yet. Not after 2 preseason games, not even after practice, because really, I mean, we saw what Harrison did a couple of nights ago, like that's a Harrison Barnes game. Like, I mean, 18 points. I mean, it's certainly a good number, but like Harrison, 15, 16, 17 plus, like, yeah, okay, that's what I expect from Harrison Barnes. I think those types of things DeAaron Fox already expected. It wasn't that long ago. It was this offseason, wasn't it, where he said, and I think it was the All the Smoke podcast, where, yo, if I don't, I can't have a bad night. Like, we don't have a chance. Like, I have to go out there and put that work in. I don't think that that's changed because of 2 preseason games. And I don't think I don't know that there's any reason to change that thinking. If assuming, of course, he still feels that way, I don't think we've seen enough for him to be like, oh, okay, whoo, I can chill now. I don't think we're at that stage yet. I think he's still in the mindset of I have to carry the offensive load.
Well, I sure hope so. When I say that because I think that's just DeAaron by nature. I think DeAaron would rather have, ideally, 18 points, 9 assists in a Kings win than 33 points, 6 assists. Like, that's
for sure.
That's just him by nature. You know what I mean? So I don't want him to get into a mode where it's like, all right, I can be the distributor that naturally I am, making sure setting the table for others. Like you said, it doesn't seem like he's there yet. I hope he never gets there, because he's a guy that needs to average, in my opinion. I need to see him with the aggression to look to average 25 points a night.
I mean, the more aggressive DeAaron is, the better we all are. The better the Kings are, the better Kings fans are. Because that's part of. I mean, we saw something from Davion offensively last night, but we've talked about this since the draft with Davion. It's about what he can do on the defensive end and how that helps DeAaron. Not on the offensive end, but how that helps DeAaron on the defensive end. And that's where he can fall back a little bit, where in past nights he couldn't. A very, very frequent conversation last year. Partner would say, DeAaron's got to do it all. DeAaron's got to do it all. If DeAaron's not doing it all, this team ain't hitting. This team ain't doing it. DeAaron has to do everything. Well, I agree with you in the sense it doesn't feel like DeAaron has to do everything now, because he's got Davion on the defensive end. And it feels like, even though he didn't have a particularly great offensive night last night, it feels like we're still seeing some continued growth from Tyrese Halliburton. Obviously, you want that shot for Tyrese and a handful of other guys to start falling here as the season gets closer and gets underway in a couple of weeks. But I think those things total, like, okay, there's a little bit of relief for DeAaron on one side of the ball, where he can perhaps be even more aggressive or more dominant on the offensive end.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what I've been calling for, while everybody has called for him to play better defense. And ironically, yesterday I was watching the game, and there was a couple of moments where I was like, DeAaron, it's a terrible closeout. It's got to be better. So
I figured it out, though. He's slower because of the muscle that he added.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't the speed to muscle ratio. It didn't.
It's not there yet.
It's not there. He'll get there. He'll get there.
But
I saw a few of those moments too. I wasn't going to bring them up on the show because it kills everything we were talking about yesterday. But
it doesn't, Damian, if people are listening, because we never said he was this perfect defender. Yeah,
obviously you weren't reading the chat.
Well,
I said he was the greatest defender of all time. That they're going to change the Defensive Player of the Year trophy to the DeAaron Fox Award.
You know how it goes in the chat. Sometimes they don't listen to the show; they just talk amongst each other in the chat.
Well, that's okay. That's what the chat's there for. That's why it's this little community right
there. That's why they got their own shirt.
That's why they got their own shirt at DLoandKC.com.
Yeah, but everybody continues to ask for DeAaron Fox to be better on the defensive end, and you always want to strive to. I don't want him to be lazy on defense, but to what you just mentioned, we got guys for that. Put him in the corner somewhere. Have him guard Luke Kennard or something like that, so he can. And Luke Kennard made some good shots yesterday, but so he can focus on what he has to do offensively to lead this team.
Yeah,
that's the ultimate goal for me. And then in certain spots, okay, DeAaron, lock in right now on the defensive end. Guard this guy. He's not worn out. He can pick and choose his spots on the defensive end.
He was explosive yesterday also.
Mm-hmm.
Like it felt like he had an idea to get to the basket. It's like, I'm going to do that today. I feel like he's using the preseason game. I'm going to work on a little something in each of these games. Like first game, I'm going to create some shots. Second game, I'm going to get to the basket. I can't wait to see what game 3 on Monday brings us. I think it's Monday. I can't wait to see what it brings us.
Yeah.
But he looked like he had it in his mind to start this game. I'm going to get to the basket. And that resulted in him getting to the foul line. As you mentioned, the Kenny Caraway stat of all Kenny Caraway stats, he was 6 of 6 from the foul line.
Yeah. And that's the biggest thing. Being able to get to the free throw line, I don't know. Yeah, I can put 6 in there. 6 to 8 times.
Well, 7. It was 7 last year, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't he there 7 times last year? Yeah. So you probably, I mean, I would think you would want at least that, right? You would want the at least 7, and then maybe go 7 plus if you want to get greedy. Yeah.
He should get there. Some of that has to do with he's got to get some respect and start getting some calls, but some of it also, and not saying that he doesn't already do this, but I want him to attack the basket, not expecting to get a call. And maybe that's where putting on some of the muscle comes from, because, hey, just assume that you're not going to get the call. Take that bump and still stay focused on finishing at the basket. And if he does that in turn, I think he'll end up getting a lot of these calls.
Free throw watch, Buddy Hield, 0.
Do we want to have that conversation?
About Buddy Hield shooting free throws? Not yet. Okay. No, we'll wait till game 5 when he's still 0 of 0 from the foul line. We'll wait till then.
I saw you because for full transparency, I watched the game on DVR because it was on TV. I didn't have to scam or do anything. It was on TV. There was ways to watch this game. Shout out to Jill Adge. Shout out to all our people out there that put it out there.
There are always ways to watch the game.
So once I figured out that it was just going to be on TV and I could record it, like I mentioned yesterday, I was helping my mom move. So I was like, I'll record it, go back and watch it later. So I didn't watch it live. So I watched the game. Then I hopped on Twitter. And I saw my partner out here. What was the exact tweet? You read his stats. It was something like 0 of 6 from the 3-point line. I roll elite. And the people came at you.
They was legit angry that I pointed out his stat line and used the word elite in quotations. I don't know what you want from me. Like, we just have different definitions of the word elite. And
what more do you want from me?
But someone said, I hope you keep that same energy. And by the way, we had great conversations on social media.
For this one. This was funny.
my man. Let me find the exact tweet. No, I can't find it. I don't know how Twitter works.
That one specifically, when they said that in your response to that one had me chuckling.
Let me find it. I was tweeting about the WNBA last night. God, I was tweeting way too much last night. Where is that Buddy Hield line? Oh, here it is. 1 of 8 from the field, 0 of 6 from 3, elite. Okay. My man says, where are you? Man, I can't find it. Like, this is worse than Googling something.
But he said something to the effect of,
okay, I want to see that same energy when he goes 7 of 9 from 3. And I responded, he went 7 of 9 exactly 0 times last year, so I'm not concerned. And to play along, going 7 of 9 once doesn't make you an elite shooter. If he shoots above 40% regularly to start the season, I'll change my quote energy. He said through the first 19 games of last season, he was shooting 40.4%. It's like, great. For the next 52, he shot 38. So we can talk about what he did in the first 19 games. Great. Here's what he did in the next 52. Look, this isn't about Buddy Hield. Not going to knock Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield has a role on this team that's different than it was last year. And that's cool. Buddy Hield, he's just not an elite shooter to me. We've gone over the numbers a million times. Like, people want to use numbers to strengthen their argument. And when you use numbers to kill their argument, they want to use different. No, not those numbers. Use these numbers. Then people bringing up what he did in 2018. Like, that was 3 years ago. What are we talking about? That was 3 freaking years ago.
Yeah, it's a while ago, and it's a different type of Buddy Hield ago because he don't play basketball like he played 3 years ago.
Again, maybe I just don't know what an elite shooter is.
No,
maybe I don't know what the word elite means. Maybe Buddy is elite, and I just
once again
I don't get it.
Once again, people have their perception of what elite is, and to some, Buddy Hield's an elite shooter. I think he has, and now we're just like digging in the weeds, but he has the capability of being an elite shooter. Like he can shoot.
That's had not the case. Stretches of eliteness.
Yeah.
If that's a thing.
Well, the thing about it is, like I mentioned the other day, if you go to the practice facility today and you say, Buddy, make or shoot 53s, he'll probably make like 45 to 47 of them. Like he's
Absolutely.
that good of a shooter. Like he's a great shooter in that respect. But when you talk about in game in the NBA, he's not there. That's a different level. That's something else. So the thing that I took away from his whole performance yesterday, and what I think is actually probably a positive, is I feel like, unlike the last couple of years, the Kings can withstand poor shooting performances from Buddy Hield because of the way the team is structured, maybe changing him out of the starting lineup. He's not your starting shooting guard anymore. So 4 of 15 doesn't kill you. Continue to say he's a hired gun coming off the bench. If he's hot, he's not going to always shoot 4 of 16 every night. There's gonna be nights where it'll be 9 of 16. You know what I mean? Or 8 of 13 or something like that. And he's going to be a huge spark coming off the bench. But if he shoots the way he did the first 2 games, it still doesn't kill you, because you can get him in, see if he's hitting, see what's going on. If it's not there, then boom, you go to Davion, Tyrese, Terrance Davis, DeAaron Fox, whoever you want to go to, and not lose a whole lot.
He had a singular. He had a stretch in the third quarter where he helped kind of bust that game open. That's where the entire dynamic of this game changed. It was a 38-17 quarter for the Sacramento Kings, and I don't remember the exact one. 24-5 was the run in the third quarter, and that really kind of blew. Buddy was a part of that, and that's where Buddy started to get some shots to fall. I think he only hit 3 threes in the game. I think he hit all 3 of them in that third quarter. If you're Luke Walton, is that the whole point? Is that, like, do you deal with the 0 of 6 in the first half, knowing everybody knows it, Buddy knows it, the appeared to be 200 people that were at the Staples Center last night knew it. Every Kings fan watching knew it. He's gonna keep shooting. And if you're Luke, you're probably like, yeah, he's going to keep shooting, and eventually he's going to hit one. And the way Buddy works is, if he hits one, he's going to shoot again. He might hit another. And then if he gets into that stretch where he can hit 3 in the span of 6-7 minutes, maybe in a game that was, the Kings were in pretty good control of that game at the point. It wasn't a blowout, but that third quarter really opened things up, and Buddy was a part of that. Is that what it's about for Luke Walton? Is that what it's about for Buddy Hield, period? Is that you hope and you're confident you might get some moments like that. Yeah, you might get some moments where he hits, 3 out of the next 5 shots that he takes.
That's what it comes down to with Buddy Hield at this point in his career. And I don't want to minimize his effort or trying to do different things out on the court, because like we mentioned the other day, he had some nice passes, 4 assists on the game against Phoenix. He had another 3 yesterday against the Clippers, to go along with 5 rebounds. So he's at least attempting to do other things. He's attempting to play defense, at a different level. So he's attempting to do things other than just scoring buckets. But at the end of the day, that's what his job is. And if you're Luke Walton, people complaining about now I'm going to sound like a a Buddy apologist here because people are somehow bringing this back to Luke Walton. It was like, you got to stop giving him the green light. Like, what is Luke doing letting him shoot all the time? But first of all, that's what you guys asked for the last 2 years. Second of all, that's all Buddy has. That's why he's on the team. That's why he's in the league, is because he's a shooter. And you got to give him every opportunity to do that. Now, you don't want to be reliant on his shooting. And I think that's what they're getting away from. It's an added bonus if he's shooting the ball really well on a particular night. It's not something that you're relying on like, yo, we need Buddy's 15 points tonight, else we don't have a shot. And I think that's kind of what it comes to with Luke Walton. Like, let's see if we can hit this added bonus right here, and increase our chances of winning. If we can't hit it, it's okay. We got DeAaron, we got Tyrese, we got Davion. We can go with Terrance Davis for, in the second half or for a spell or something like that. But let's just see what he's got today. You know what I mean? If he's hot, or if he starts the game off 0 for 4, but hits one and that propels him to hit the next 4, cool. Mm-hmm. But I don't want to say it's a no-lose situation because you don't want him just missing shots left and right, but the stakes aren't as high for the Kings this year with Buddy coming off the bench.
Terrance Davis, who, by the way, played pretty solid last night. I don't know how meaningful his minutes were. Like, I didn't feel like they were what?
They were late.
Yeah. I didn't want to call them garbage time minutes, but they weren't meaningful minutes.
Right.
But he made the most of them. The thing that I wonder, though, again, I'm going to trust my coach. He said, don't read into don't read into everything. I don't know, like, where Terrance's minutes are going to come from. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't a big, I don't feel like he certainly wasn't a big part of the game yesterday. Mm-hmm. He played well. I don't know if he can change anybody's mind. Like, I don't know if he can work his way up the rotation, but I don't know how he fits in, with that group of guards that the Kings have.
Yeah, it's going to be tough with Buddy there.
Break glass, a kind of guy, break glass in case of emergency.
Well, and it also depends on what they want to do. Like, I guess maybe the daily struggle or the daily conflict is going to be who gets the minutes today, Alex Len or Terrance Davis. Because if we want to go big with that second unit, it's going to be Alex Len. If we want to go small and play Tristan at the 5 with that second unit, then you can get that Davion, Buddy, Terrance Davis, Mo Harkless at the 4. You can get that going in there. So maybe it's a matchup thing. Maybe it's a feel thing if you're Luke Walton. But as long as Buddy Hield is on the roster, he's going to get the opportunity first. At least it feels that way right now. He's going to get the opportunity first coming off the bench, then Terrance Davis.
I think you've in a greatly misconstrued argument. You made the argument for Terrance Davis over Buddy Hield on a number of different occasions. And again, with complete context, your argument makes total sense. But with Buddy Hield on the roster, it might not make as much sense, especially when you got when you got a more complete team of defenders versus last year, where if it just boiled down to Buddy and Terrance, I think the decision, particularly if you go back to pre-trade deadline, I think the decision would be more difficult. Of course, Terrance Davis got here on the trade deadline, but work with me. If you were working with Terrance Davis on that first half of the season roster and the defensive capabilities that, the defense still had their shortcomings, right, you might have more of a decision in certain game situations with Terrance Davis or Buddy Hield because of what Buddy lacks on the defensive end. Now, where you have so many guys who can mask Buddy's flaws, and again, I don't think he's been terrible so far through the first 2 games. I think that decision becomes a lot more difficult. Like the decision to take Buddy out and puts Terrance in becomes more difficult. Though Terrance was letting him fly. He
definitely gonna get him up too.
He was in there. I don't know if there's a such thing as a guard room, but Terrance is in that guard room with Buddy. Like, I'm picturing them in the cold tub, like cold as balls with Kevin Hart talking about, just get the shot up. Just get the shot up. Like, hey, you just shoot.
The San Francisco Giants former center fielder Angel Pagan in the World Series years. His nickname was El Caballo Loco, a crazy horse, because he just ran like a crazy horse out there. That's what Terrance Davis is. Terrance Davis is El Caballo Loco. He's rough and tough. He's a little wild out there, but he's somebody that you want to get in the foxhole with. Like I want Terrance Davis on my side. That's the guy that I can go into a game with and know he's not going to back down. He's not going to be afraid to defend. He's not going to be afraid to get his nose dirty. He's not going to be afraid to take a shot, for better or for worse. So those are the things that I like about him. But I also understand the way the NBA works, the way a team dynamic works, the way a roster works. Buddy Hield's making $20 million a year. You can't, at least right now, I feel, you can't just you can't just play Terrance Davis over him. You got to exhaust every possibility you have with seeing if there's anything in Buddy Hield that can help this team before you go to a Terrance Davis. So that's why I understand Terrance isn't going to play over Buddy. At least I don't think. But I like Terrance Davis. I like, in certain situations, the idea of having both of them out there. You know what I mean? They can be. Who is the tandem in '99?
Terrance and Buddy out there together.
Yeah, like when you do your second unit. Now, a lot of the times Tyrese and Fox are going to be staggered, so it's not going to be as cut and dry as a completely new five on the floor with the bench. But if you were able to do it that way, I like Buddy and Terrance out there. It's almost like in the '99 season. If any of you guys remember this, where they had Vernon Maxwell and John Barry out in the backcourt. It was just a tough backcourt off the bench that could hit. Vernon was kind of the Terrance Davis type, where he was tough. He'd get to the cup, hard nosed. John Barry probably played a Buddy Hield role, although he takes it to the cup a lot more than Buddy Hield does. But it's the yin and the yang out there in the backcourt. I could see those two having that type of experience coming off the bench, but we'll see how much they actually play together.
We'll talk more about Buddy. We'll talk about Davion Mitchell, too. High praise coming from DeAaron Fox. You'll hear what he had to say next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Oh, and we got Raw tickets coming up at the top of the hour. You know what it is. It's D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Boy, I'm learning all about the e-commerce biz. Our homegirl Michelle accidentally ordered 2 t-shirts. She's like, I was trying to order something else. I actually ordered 2 t-shirts. I was like, can you help me? I was like, I've never done this before, but I think I can. And I went in and I figured out how to issue a refund and send her the return slip, and I'm a little Macy's right here.
So we're not like some of these department stores where they would give us store credit.
No,
you give me a refund.
No,
store credit.
No, it was an accident. So we sent it back. She was like, "Can you help?" I was like, "I don't know. Like, let me find out. Like, I think I can." And I learned some unfortunate things along the way too. So just a quick little note from your friendly radio show is Don knows the struggle. Please get the order right the first time. Just, I don't need it, because I looked at where the that's one thing I wanted to talk to you about. Yeah, I learned. Donnie, you should have told me this shit a couple of days ago. I just like, man, like, all right, all good. It's all good. Hey, it happens, man. And D-Lo and KC Media is off in full effect.
That's all it is, man.
D-Lo and KC Media. Yeah, boy, I'm learning about me. Me and KC looked at what y'all did, and on over the first 3 days of DeLoandKC.com, and
he's like, let's go.
I was like, yo, and then I was the kid with the calculator. I was like pulling up because every time you place an order, here's a true peek behind the curtain. Every time you place an order, my credit card gets charged because we've got to produce the merchandise.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw, man, y'all really just D-Lo and KC, that y'all just killed it. Oh, look at this. KC sent him a screenshot. Let's go. Go over to my credit card. And I'm like, I was legit like, what is? I was like, wait a minute. I hit Dawn. I was like, hey, is this right? Is this number right? He's like, yeah. So me and Kenny are gonna go get a Happy Meal with what?
And only a Happy Meal. I ain't getting a regular meal.
Wait, no.
It's only a Happy Meal.
Ain't no super set. We don't even get the toy. They're just like, hey, look, man, order off the dollar menu. That's it. That's it. That's it. But yeah, I'm learning a lot, man. It's fun.
Facts.
It's
fun. A lot of you guys remember that boy Mad Max, Vernon Maxwell. We gotta try and talk to Vernon Maxwell. No people who. Oh
wait,
man. Oh yeah. Yeah. He endlessly goes. Well, Steven's still here. But he's an idiot.
Okay. But he is not that. Come on now. He is not that. That's a bad look.
For.
Yeah, that's a bad look. It's not that.
That's completely uncalled for.
What happens when Delo's? We'll find out. Go to DeLoandKC.com right now. Place your order. We'll all find out together.
Oh, breaking news. It is no longer called a 4 for $4. It's a biggie bag. They give you, it's an extra $1, but they give you like a bigger soda and a bigger fry. It's called a biggie bag.
There it is. We're on this story. We got your chance to win tickets to WWE Raw coming up at the top of this hour. We've got that on the way for you. Store this number in your phone if you don't already have it, and you should. 916-349-1320. Of course, you can use that number to chat with us as well. You can jump in the chatty house on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Deuce and Mo back with us for the first time in 2 weeks. They'll be with us coming up about an hour from now. We'll talk to Deuce and Mo. Lots to talk about today. We're really centered in and talking about the Kings. We'll talk a little bit about the Giants and Dodgers as well, as that is definitely happening. But DeAaron Fox talked about Davion Mitchell last night. You talk about high praise. Here's what DeAaron Fox said.
I mean, he's such a great on-ball defender. Like, he's in the league right now. He's top 5, I say, on-ball defenders in the league right now. When you watch him, it's just amazing. Like, it's something that's he does stuff on the ball that you just can't teach. And I mean, that's what's making him great. But on the other end, like I said, I tell him, man, go out there and do what you do. You know, you're gonna be out there to make plays for us, make it easier on guys, to score the ball. He does everything. I think he's gonna do everything at a high level, especially obviously once he gets used to playing at an NBA level. But defensively, it's already there. And what he does on the ball translates no matter where you're playing. And he's showing that right now.
Again, that's DeAaron Fox on Davion Mitchell right there. Top 5 on-ball defender in the league. Love hearing that from DeAaron. I would have been curious what Paul George said about his early interactions with Davion Mitchell yesterday as well.
Well, I don't think DeAaron Fox is off, and it's not because the NBA is different, man. Like, when you talk about basketball and the way it's played, it's not played defensively typically the way Davion Mitchell plays defense. You don't usually put guys out on an island and say, do what you do. Like, usually you see guys out there like that. They're looking around. So I say, okay, my help is coming over here. This guy's coming on all this other stuff. Davion was sitting there locked in. The way that he somebody mentioned it earlier, but the way he mirrors the offense, he is completely squared up and not even in like the typical traditional defensive stance where he's got one dig hand and one in the passing lane. It's not that. He's like sitting there like a defensive back almost. And he's like, which way are you going? Because I'm about to meet you there. And it is unique. It is one of one to him right now. Off the top of my head, and maybe some of you guys in the chat, or you can call in, you can if there's other guys out there, say it. I don't have no problem saying it, but I think of Davion Mitchell. I can't put Patrick Beverly in that anymore. I just think he's just more of a wild person than he is an actual good defender. I don't know if he's still there, but I'll give credit to Draymond Green for this, especially going up against bigs. Like one-on-one, he's a problem. You know what I mean? He is a problem. He is really good on the defensive end in one-on-one situations. But, man, off the top of my head, that's it. Kawhi is another one. But Kawhi's not always locked in on the defensive end. Like in the second quarter of a game in January, he's not clamping down like that. So
did you mention Paul George?
I didn't. Paul George he's on that list as well. Okay. He's on that list as well. But it's a little different. He does a great job of using his length. But yeah, man, people say Mark Wong, he says Thibault. Thibault's really good. I saw him do some great work against DeAaron Fox last year when Philly came to town. So he's up there. Drew's up there as well. So you got 5 to 10 guys in the league that play like that. But think about that though. We're naming the guys. You know what I'm saying? If I said who goes out there and can give you buckets on a night in and night out basis, we'd have 30, 40 guys that we could talk about. Defense, we're like maxing out at like 10. And Davion is one of those guys. DeAaron said he top 5 already.
There's I feel like we know all of the great defenders because defense is not the sexiest thing in basketball anymore. You know what I mean? Like there aren't like no one clamors over like the Bruce Bowen types. You know what I mean? Like that's what Bruce Bowen was. Like, Rodman was such an eccentric character. Like that he got. I mean, and Rodman had like some staggering numbers at times. 0 points and 20 rebounds or something absurd like that. Yeah. But I feel like it stands out more today because there are less of them. Like great defenders, it stands out less. And the way that Davion plays, I feel like, you mentioned Draymond. I feel like Draymond played similar to Davion like 5 years ago.
Yeah, he's not the same guy.
Yeah, and I can't. We talked about DeAaron, maintaining that for 82 games. Maintaining it for an entire career, that style of defense is really difficult. Kawhi, you mentioned Kawhi not always being locked in. When he does lock in, when he needs to lock in, he can do it. I think Davion is really, really going to stand out this year on the defensive end. He'll never be considered, no matter how great he is, for defensive player of the year, because that essentially just goes to like the rebounding champion now. Like that, like their rebounds are such a big part of defense, or some absurd like block shot number, like what Davion's defensive rating isn't going to move too many writers across the country, especially for a guy who probably, despite the fact he's clearly going to have a very big role on this team, is probably coming off the bench, and we're out here in Sacramento. Like, it's not going to be getting a ton of attention when you guys got guys like Giannis Antetokounmpo who can win that award. And, and I guess Rudy Gobert. I don't know.
And that's another thing when this is where I get a little old school, and I try not to completely dismiss it, but you got things like defensive rating and things of that nature, and I just don't. Those things don't tell the story, in my opinion. Because I think with defensive rating, and I don't know, maybe I got the stat all wrong, but with defensive rating, you're still relying on what happens on that possession. And it's like plus or minus in the fact that you could play great defense, but if the ball goes in, that affects the rating. Am I right?
I don't know, because I'm definitely not Googling how defensive ratings work.
Well, somebody could tell me if I'm wrong.
Defensive rating simply shows how many points a player allows per 100 possessions.
Yeah, that's just
so. You make a valid point. This statistic works differently than a simple plus-minus system, where all points are scored while a player is on the court against him. So defensive rating eliminates factors like pace of play and minutes played per game. So
it's a little different than what I thought. So that's
but it's
cool.
in the same family.
Yeah.
It's in the same family as the plus minus.
So it's, to me, I just look at the way Davion and some of these other guys that we mentioned play defense, and it's effective, even if it's not a stop every single time. You know what I'm saying? It's the way that they bring it every single time down court, the way they make these guys work on the offensive end. I watch the boxing, obviously, and it's like body blows. The body blows aren't going to knock you out in the first round, but if you continue to get body blows, it's going to wear you down by the time you get to the 8th, 9th, 10th round. And that's what these guys do, like a Davion, a Drew Holiday, things of that nature. You have to deal with this pressure and this intensity all game long. Your legs might not be there come fourth quarter, and that's kind of what they're banking on a lot of the times.
I'm going to go to Robert Fields here, who says, let's see, Davion's separation from other all-star defenders is that he's locked in on every possession. Yeah. Fair enough. Let's revisit this, and I like what Mr. Fields says there, but let's revisit this.
Coach Fields, man. Let's Monterey Trails, what up?
Revisit this in game like 50.
Mm-hmm. But see, and I understand what you're saying. I think Davion's built for it. I think he's built for it. I don't think he's gonna wear down.
Okay.
That's just a hunch by me. Obviously we haven't seen it, and he's not like super rookie.
And I'm not saying he's all of a sudden gonna morph into someone else. Like he's all of a sudden. I don't want to all of a sudden he's a disengaged defender. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is, can he be that? Can he be the guy we saw last night?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I can't imagine how exhausting it is, both physically and certainly. I think this is going to be the case for this season, and we'll see. I don't think it'll be the case for any season moving forward. But I got to imagine not only physically is it exhausting to do what he did with Paul George last night. And we're talking about a singular possession. It's got to be exhausting mentally. Because he knows who Paul George is in the league. Mm-hmm. Well, he's going to have to do that again, probably, and it's going to be Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Hell, he might wind up on a bad switch and be in front of LeBron James. He's going to be in front of the best players on the planet that he's watched for years and years and years. And there's not just the physical factor, but it's the psychological factor that's got to be taxing.
Yeah. And now,
especially to do it night. I mean, look, we're talking about the first game. Dame, Donovan, Steph, all in the first 3 games of the season.
The other thing about that makes it so taxing, possibly for Davion, is that he has to do it at the point guard or shooting guard position. Whereas I'm not trying to shade any of these guys, and I really mean that, but people mention OG Anunoby, Thibault. There are breaks in the action when you're guarding a wing. You know what I mean? Because maybe if you're guarding Harrison Barnes, he's just not involved in the play, for 2 times down.
Yeah.
Davion is the guy that's picking up the point guard at worst as soon as they cross half court.
Yeah.
And he's doing that every time down. So it's very possible that he could wear down. I'm not trying to say like he's super rookie or anything like that, but I just believe he's kind of built for it. The other thing that helps him too is he's not going to be, it's almost the reverse effect of DeAaron Fox. He's not going to be asked to do a whole lot on the offensive end. So he's going to have a lot of his energy for defense. He knows that's the main reason why he's there. That's the main reason why he's at the level that he's at. He said it in the story I think Mark Spears had when he's carried this mentality throughout his entire basketball career. Growing up, if I wanted to play, I had to play defense. That's my number one focus. If I wanted to get on the court with these older guys, I knew I had to defend. I might not get the ball out there, but if I defend, number one, they would keep me on the court. Number two, maybe I'd get the ball if they recognize that I defended a few times. So I think that he's kept that the mentality all the way through. And it just so happens he's a point guard and he ends up having the ball and he can score, but he seems to never lose sight of the reason why he's where he's at today.
We should probably talk about that for a second too. His scoring, what his scoring output last night. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. So happy that you're here with us on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM. We welcome those watching the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're watching on YouTube right now, many of you are, hit the thumbs up. Please hit the subscribe button as well if you're not a subscriber. But definitely if you're watching, it takes that quick to hit the thumbs up. We've got WWE tickets. We reward you for hitting the thumbs up. We've got WWE tickets for Raw at the Golden One Center on October 18th. Right now, 916-349-1320. We'll get you all set up again. That is 916. Caller number 3 at 916-349-1320. We will send you to see WWE Raw October 18th at the Golden One Center. You mentioned Davion Mitchell being we're obviously focused on his defense. He showed last night that he could score, and he went 3 of 3 from behind the arc.
Yeah. I'm gonna say it. You know what I'm gonna say?
He's an elite shooter. Sorry. That's why you got to listen to the whole show.
I'm gonna just say that, man. He's got a bag, man.
Yeah.
I've been saying this since draft day. He's got a bag. He's not just a defender. He's now on this team. He's not needed to do as much as maybe he did at Baylor, or maybe he would do on another squad. But you get him off the bench. I forgot. I think Terrance in the chat just said it. Yeah, he says I can still see Davion averaging 8 to 12 points per game this year. I absolutely can too. You know what I mean? Because he has that. He's got an improved 3-point shot that continues to improve, it seems like. And he's got the shiftiness, and he's got the handle and the quickness to be able to get to the bucket. So it just really comes down to how many looks and good looks he's going to get on a nightly basis. And to be honest with you, if he's out there with, Tyrese or DeAaron or hell, even Buddy, maybe that's where defenses are going to be looking at to stop, and he's going to get some wide open looks. He's going to get some one-on-one opportunities. So 13 if he averaged 13 points on the season, I wouldn't be that surprised.
That surprised? A little surprised?
A little bit. That's a little higher than I'd put him. I'd say if you ask me right now, I'd say maybe around 10 points a night. That's where he'll be in this rookie season. And if he upped that up to 13 a night, I'd be a little surprised, just because, I don't. There's only so many shots to go around.
Points coming from somewhere,
right? Well, there's only so many to go around. So I don't know how many looks he's going to get, but I think he's capable of it. I know that much.
Shout out to our man Bryce, just checking here in the chat. Looks like he won his ticket to see WWE Raw. All right, Bryce. Always good to see folks in the chatty house get the dub. Right on, Bryce. Appreciate you, man. Oh, and okay, he wants to talk. Okay, so let's bring the winner in. 916-349-1320. Bryce, congratulations, man. What's on your mind?
Hey, thank you. Just catching Money in the Bank now in the chat.
Yeah, for sure. We haven't heard all of the machinery beeping in a long time, man. It's great to hear from you.
You having a boiler room brawl? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, right. No, I was gonna say, it's the only as someone who witnessed the clinch in person. I don't think the Dodgers understand what they're in for this time. This isn't like before, when we were scared of them, or when we thought that, it's the big bad Dodgers. None of that. They're going to take care of business, just like the Kings are going to take care of business this year. And this team has an entire city just believing, and I can't wait, because this Kings team is tenacious and vicious, and it's great. It's so much fun to watch them already, and it's just, and they thought the Grizzlies were annoying to play a few years ago. Wait till they play them every night.
I like that.
Down.
I like that, Bryce, because to be honest with you, I like the grit and grind aspect of what they got going on in Memphis, and they've had for a long time now. If there was grit and grind here in Sacramento, I'd be all over that. I'd love that. And we're probably a little better offensively or the potential to be better offensively than what those guys were able to do. I love that. I love that. I just be walking around the house like, yeah.
I'm confused. Was Bryce in Los Angeles last night?
No, he said when they clinched, he was at the Giants game on Sunday.
Okay. I thought he was talking about he said when witnessing the clinch in person. I'm like, wait. Okay, he went to the wild card, or that's pretty dope.
Ain't no Giants fan trying to go to Dodger Stadium for the wild card game.
Okay, hey, but look, my bad. I made a mistake.
Ain't no Giants fan trying to make that move.
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
All right, I was just asking.
Now, what did I do wrong?
All right. Keep it moving here. We'll dive into that series later. That's gonna be Is it gonna be a fun weekend or a stressful?
Kobe heard me. Kobe heard me. Will Z heard me.
Oh, okay.
I'm just talking crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. I'm really just joking. I'm just talking crazy.
I wouldn't. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. I've never listened a day in my life, so I wouldn't know. I was trying to segue back to Davion, but Bryce really threw me for a loop there because I was trying to figure out him being at the. But okay, I'm out on the joke. I didn't jump in time. That's me. My bad. That's okay.
Murph in the house.
Is it too early to take a break? I just need to reset everything right now. I need to reset. All right,
man, yeah, I'm just talking crazy, man.
Bring me back to Davion.
Don't buy me off night. So let me ask you, Damien, in all seriousness, do you think do you agree with Fox?
I mean, I'm going to disagree with you. What am I going to do? Say no? I know better than DeAaron Fox does? No.
Well, it might be WBS. I don't know.
I'm not wet blanket Steven, nor am I BTR. I am not bad take Roddy either. I choose to defer to people like DeAaron Fox. If DeAaron Fox says, no, this dude is the top, a dude DeAaron Fox has to go against, and this is the part that I keep going back to. And when I saw this comment from DeAaron Fox, it was the only thing I was thinking about. I wasn't thinking about Paul George or Book Knight or Peyton Pritchard or any of that. I was thinking about practice. DeAaron Fox said that because of practice. DeAaron has to go against the other team's best defender all of the time.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
He knows what it's like going against the top defenders in the league. Yeah. That's the part that I got hung up on. But what I was thinking about, because we were talking about, we obviously we're spreading the love here for Davion Mitchell. You were talking about his scoring and his ability to score. He's really graceful on the offensive end. He has a Tyrese Halliburton vibe on the offensive end. In that we talked about how graceful Tyrese is and how we've actually capped Tyrese's points per game because he doesn't take enough bad shots. Like he doesn't take enough questionable shots in which a couple of them might fall in. I felt that way, and then obviously it's a bit early to jump on this. I felt that way about Davion last night. Yeah. I felt like every shot Davion took was just in the flow. I felt like every shot Davion took was like the highest of high basketball IQs. You know what I mean? Like he's just, this me right here. Like he's like a math genius computing it in his head. I have an 89.7% chance of making this shot right here. And he's like a Terminator who's computing things in his head. That's what it felt like Davion Mitchell was in the flow of the offense last night. Like it was just so graceful and easy.
Yeah.
Like he makes the defensive end look like work. Like a sprinter, like busting your ass work.
Yeah.
But he's just graceful on the offensive end where it feels like all of that stuff is really easy.
He has a very high basketball IQ. He understands the game at a high level. He understands, much like what you just talked about, like Tyrese understands what a good shot and a bad shot is. And he understands his role as a point guard where he's still looking to get everybody involved. But he knows a lot of the times he can get some type of shot off. You know, it may not be the best shot. Doesn't mean it's a terrible shot, but he can get a shot off a lot of the times. But he chooses to pick and choose his spots, you know, to get that shot off. And I just think he has a great feel for the game. I think that's going to only get better in the NBA as he understands little intricacies of the NBA game, because it is different than the college game, and ways to get a shot and being able to pick and choose to get more shots. The guy is, I keep saying it, but he's as advertised, man. He's about as good as I expected him to be to start his NBA career. I know it's only preseason, but you know, he's out there going up against Reggie Jackson. He's out there going up against Cameron Payne and Elfrid Payton, guys who have started in this league, or played prominent roles off the bench. And that's his matchup. Like, yeah, he's going to have times when he's guarding Steph or Dame or something like that, but I'm looking right now at his matchup. His matchup is going to be the backup point guard. And right now he more than holds his own.
How long do you think that lasts, though?
That's interesting. I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it may change when like closing games out. You know, I don't and starter, but closing games out.
That's what I was more alluding to about him having to guard the Chris Pauls or the. I mean, we saw Paul George last night. Him having to come off the bench in that closing lineup and guard the big dogs.
Right now, Damian, I only feel and this sounds crazy, but until I see something different, this is just what I'm going. I think there's only like a handful of starting point guards that would be a super problem for him. I'm thinking Dame, Steph. I'm drawing a blank on any other, but there's like.
Can we circle the Lakers matchup when it's Russell Westbrook versus Davion Mitchell?
Absolutely.
Can we?
I'd love to see that.
Should we take an RV to LA for that one? We'll step out. We'll come back. Deuce and Mo coming up here in 30 minutes. Mo Harkless started last night's game. I know we looked at that lineup and we're like, Luke Walton, just trying some things out. But Mo Harkless at the small forward position, is that worth diving into here a little bit? We'll do that as D'Lo and Casey. Plus, it wasn't all good. There's a couple of bad things to point out, and we'll do that as well as D'Lo and Casey continue on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Steven, no, I think we're both talking about like those two being on the floor and maybe Barnes at the 4, or, something like that.
Look at y'all. 101.
Nice.
101. Appreciate y'all. Come on now. Y'all voting in the goofy little poll I put up too. Besides Davion, who's the best defender in Sacramento? Deuce, Morgan, or Bojack and Carlin? All you need to know is Deuce finished last, which is I love. I caught enough of the.
I don't think Deuce has much lateral quickness.
Oh, maybe that's it. Morgan running away with it though. Y'all killing it. We see y'all 107. I mean, if y'all want to get to 200 today, like I ain't mad at it. Like there's 168 just in YouTube right now. That doesn't even count
Ramsey.
Twitch.
Always.
Yes, Ramsey. That's part of the game.
We're hella parched.
Okay, Jesse threw it out there. We'll make more RV jokes if you get us to 200. I didn't even get that. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
I was looking at the chat and it was like, oh, okay.
It was like every 15 minutes we had a picture on Twitter yesterday. I was like, Jesus Christ. We saw the first 40 times.
I don't follow that dude on Twitter. I do not.
We saw the first 25 times. We know. Where was I looking? Oh, there we go. I keep it real. I like going to LA. LA is fun for me.
I love the beach. Santa Monica.
Santa Monica is awesome. Ironically enough, I don't think I've never been on Santa Monica Pier.
Really?
Yeah, that's just really weird. Never been on Santa Monica Pier.
Huh.
I didn't go to Santa Monica a lot. We would go to Manhattan, Redondo. We really wouldn't go. We would only go to Venice when somebody would come into town, like, and wanted to go to Venice. But if we went to the beach, we'd go to Manhattan or Redondo, maybe even down to Long Beach. That's the one. It was always a hassle to get to Santa Monica Pier. It was like,
What part of LA did you live in? You said
I lived in Paramount. Well, I lived in Carson and then Paramount. So
okay,
down by Long Beach, pretty much.
Yeah, I see you, Baton Rouge, Rich. That's definitely going to happen.
Baton Rouge.
He hasn't had a chance to check in and do his work. Yeah. You guys couldn't hear that. Jesse said he was watching the night chat last night with Deuce and Mo, and he's checked out a few others. He said, our chat is the only chat that beefs with each other.
We fight every day.
Oh, man, that's great. That's great. Oh, BTR at it again, trying to break my even further break. We got to ask Deuce and Mo about that. If their chat ever beefs with each other.
It seemed like they would, especially with the night chats, because just people get antsy. Maybe they had a little, a couple of sips, during the game. It seemed like they'd be, more hostile. But I think we may have the most hostile chat in.
Well, also, it's not like we're segregated here. Like our crew is Deuce and Mo's crew, and Deuce and Mo's crew is like our crew. Like they Roddy, infiltrate the Deuce and Mo chat and start a fight, would you? For goodness sakes.
Well, it would be PPE. That's who would start.
Oh my God. Oh, I know PPE over there. You're on your best behavior at night, but you're wilding out in the afternoon.
It's like my cousin saying one time he went to go see wrestling at Arco. Mm-hmm. And he peeked backstage, like just kind of dipped his head in there, and he saw Yokozuna and Undertaker high-fiving each other. And he's like, wait a minute. Wait just a damn minute.
Bro, kayfabe ruined everything. Ruined everything.
They're in front of the cameras here through D'Lo and KC. Yep. When they get to Deuce and Mo, they're handshaking. They're like, oh, man, that bit we had earlier, boy. We killed it. When you had that one roll-up, that got me. But, it was good. It was a good move.
When you look at wrestlers behind the camera, you see a lot of really uncomfortable things.
Man, are there any good ones?
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
90s.
I don't know why I got served a video of Kane, who, of course, is the mayor of Knoxville, and he's defying like all of the state's vaccine mandates and all of this stuff. And I'm looking at it. I was like, yeah, Kane, whatever. And I'm looking at it like, I know it's Knoxville. Kane is legit sitting in front of a Confederate flag right now. Like, all right, Kane. Like,
these boys from the 90s, man. I tell you.
That's gotta be Kane. That's gotta be Kane.
Go back, watch that video from January 6th. All right. You can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now on the Odyssey app for sports and music fans, by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Deuce and Mo set to join us coming up here in about 25 minutes. We will talk more about the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings now. We saw a different lineup. Again, confirming that Luke Walton is a big fan of D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. We appreciate you, Luke. My coach, Luke Walton. Tristan Thompson and Mo Harkless saw the starting lineup in place of Marvin Bagley and Rashawn Holmes. Now, Tristan Thompson is our fearless leader. No problem. I don't think he's going to be the starting center moving forward. I believe Rashawn Holmes was paid handsomely for the next 4 years to hold that position. Mm-hmm. But Mo Harkless and Harrison Barnes at the forward positions, is that a realistic pot? No? Okay.
No.
All right.
He was just
On to the next thing.
He was just doing his thing. He's like, it's preseason. Let's just throw something out there, see what it looks like.
What's the downside, or what's the downside to Mo Harkless? Is Marvin Bagley just better? Or is it at some point Mo Harkless is going to have to start at that position anyway, so it doesn't matter?
I think size is one issue. Mo Harkless, much like Harrison, can play. If I had to guess, I'd say 6'7", maybe 6'8".
Okay.
He can play in certain situations in a 4 spot, but ideally you wouldn't want to trot him out there 82 games a year to play the power forward to start the game. So I think size would be the number one reason. I feel Marvin is more talented than Mo Harkless. Right now, Mo Harkless understands the game of basketball, maybe a little better, and he's older too, so that has something to do with it, the understanding of the game. But he understands what he's supposed to do in this league and on this team a little better than Marvin has shown in the past.
Mm-hmm.
But the biggest thing, and I don't think, when I say this, I don't think Marvin would be some kind of malcontent, but I just think you try Marvin at the starting position first. Like, I feel like you start him first, see if you can build on that, as opposed to what could happen if you bench him. You could lose him. And I know some people aren't going to agree with that, or they think, like I said, I don't think he would be some kind of problem if he didn't start, or he would mope or anything like that. I don't think that's where his headspace is, but I don't want to take that chance. You know what I mean? Like, it could happen.
Would do you think that would only be the case? Would that only be the case if it was? I don't mean this to come across any type of way. Would that be the case if it was like Mo Harkless starting for him, versus if they went with an entirely different strategy and it was Rashawn and Harrison down there, and then we're going Buddy, Tyrese, and DeAaron, or Davion, Tyrese, and DeAaron, or something along those lines? Do you think that would ease it a little bit? Like, it's not we're going with the different strategy here. You're still going to get your minutes. By the way, he played 20 minutes last night. I thought he played well last night.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's played well in both of these preseason games. He had a different role last night, as did Rashawn Holmes, who also played well in his. I think he played 13 minutes last night.
Yeah,
so
play that much.
Do you think that would ease it a little bit, as opposed to, no, we're just starting someone else in your position versus changing our entire philosophy?
Possibly. It could. Like I will say this though. I think even, with me making that argument that you'd want to start him just to make sure you had him on the same page with you, I do feel from everything that we've heard since the start of training camp that Marvin, he's in a different headspace.
Mm-hmm.
And approach to this team and to just what he can do on the basketball court, I think it's different than it was, say, when he went to Arizona last year. You know what I mean? So he might not react any type of way, but just to, okay, this is the role that's given to me, let me execute. He may do that, but I'd just start him. That's how I would start him. I think he hasn't done anything to not start, basketball wise.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing really is and
certainly not in a game.
No, that's what I'm saying. And we could talk about his defense or lack thereof all we want, but for the most part, when he plays, he hasn't done anything to say like he should be benched.
Mm-hmm.
He's been fine on the court. He just can't stay on the court.
Mm-hmm.
So I would give him the opportunity to build on starting and, maybe be outplayed if he didn't start, as opposed to just, like I mentioned the other day, I just want to teach him a lesson that he has to earn his way. Like, nah, don't do that. Just start him. And the other thing about it is you don't have somebody that's chomping at it, like legit somebody that's chomping at his heels at that position. If you had that, if Harry, going back a couple of years, if Harry Giles was still on the team and was like, yo, this guy can't be denied, yeah, maybe you give him the shot at the 4, but you don't have that.
Sure.
You don't have that right now. So you roll with Marvin.
Okay. I'm with it. Interesting question from your man Kobe here. You guys think Doug, with his knowledge of interacting with the fan base, is helping Bagley do and say the right things to win the fan base back? That's an interesting observation. I don't know that Bagley's saying a lot. I haven't heard a ton from him since Media Day, though I thought he handled Media Day I thought him and Buddy, both to their credit, handled it as well as they can. I thought Tristan Thompson did a hell of a job in assisting Buddy Hield and getting through that first media session. And of course, Buddy was doing his, Def Comedy Jam routine there through most of it and was, laughing and yucking and telling jokes and having fun. And I mean, for a guy who he probably thought he was a Laker for at minimum 20 to 30 minutes, like probably significantly longer than that.
Yeah.
The way he handled it, I think the way that Marvin handled it, though Marvin wasn't, tied to that particular trade, I think there was an assumption amongst Kings fans that he was going to be traded this offseason. And I think he's handled it as best he can. With Marvin, remember last year, it wasn't Marvin, at least not Marvin Bagley III.
Right.
That's not what he didn't start all of this.
Yeah.
So I think just, if nothing else, the association with Doug Christie helps. The videos that are coming out of practices, I think not using this term in a negative way, but Marvin name dropping Doug in his in his media session. I think that all was like, oh, well, we love Doug. And we know Doug. Oh, I like this. I like this. I think it was, how like when a baby face comes out to save the heel, and all of a sudden the heel is now a baby face. Look, the Mega Powers. Macho Man was still kind of a bad guy until Hulk Hogan came out and saved him.
Yeah.
He was like teetering. He was like almost a baby face, but not quite. Then Hulk Hogan comes out and saves him. And all of a sudden you got the biggest baby face team in history. Doug Christie's the baby face who's running in to save Marvin Bagley. And now it's like, oh, okay, I can see this. I like this.
Yeah. And to Kobe's question, I don't think that Doug is helping him. No, I'm not trying to minimize the fans or anything like that, but I don't think Doug is looking to help him at all with the fans. I think help him with himself, with Marvin, and how to understand being a professional, being an NBA player, understand the good and the bad that comes with it all. You know what I mean? Part of the territory is you're going to have tweets coming at you, or you're going to have people saying things about you, and you got to learn how to not necessarily take that personal in a way that that consumes you and
that can sabotage what you're doing. Yeah.
Exactly. You got to understand, maybe if you want to look at that stuff, use it as fuel for what you're trying to do. But ultimately understand that's just part of the territory. And the main focus is focus on what you can control as a pro. I think that's one of the things that Doug is starting to and trying to get into his head. And to be fair to Marvin, I don't feel like Doug had a whole lot to do with Marvin Bagley in that respect. Marvin was never like this malcontent. He was always, when he would talk, even last year, it was always, he would avoid some of the things that were going on, like in social media wise. But when he would talk, he'd be like, I control what I can control. I'm going out there, busting my butt every day. I'm trying to, like he said,
want to know every day. Want to know every day.
So, and he said a lot of the same, every time he's talked so far, but you can just kind of see, he's getting a little older and he's understanding things a little different. And I think Doug Christie is helping with that as well.
I mean, you mentioned Doug isn't worried about the fans' perception of Marvin, or Doug may not be worried about the fans' perception of Marvin. He's working on helping Marvin Bagley. Most of all, this is Doug's job. He's an NBA coach. He's helping Marvin Bagley work on his game.
Mm-hmm.
There's no bigger, to stick with the wrestling analogy, there's no bigger babyface turn than being better on the floor.
Right.
Marvin comes out and is averaging 14 and 10 and is healthy. Oh, that's the turn of all turns.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy who's embraced by the fan base.
Yeah.
Winning cures everything. Shoot. Slime ball in Jacksonville has been the focal point of conversation all week. Well, He wins on Sunday. And then next Sunday. And then all of a sudden, a couple of people, now the girl's a good luck charm. Now all of a sudden, Jacksonville's turned it around. Winning cures everything.
Yeah.
Even 52 in Baltimore. Winning.
The ultimate example.
For some people, not me, not you, but for some, winning cures everything. We're talking on a small scale here. We're not even talking about winning. We're talking about Marvin coming out and playing well. He's going to be cheered in front of a capacity crowd on October 22nd. Couple shots start falling. All of a sudden, he has one of those tantalizing games. Oh my gosh. He's that dude. You got the biggest baby face since John Cena started rapping.
They're going to love him, man. And I think since we've been talking about Marvin since since training camp started or maybe a little before that, I think there's a lot of people that are still optimistic with Marvin Bagley. Do they think his body can hold up or he's always going to be hurt? That's a concern for sure. But they want to see him succeed here in Sacramento. They still believe in his talent. And I think he'll see that this season, the more he's out there on the floor and back in front of the fans.
Well, let's go WBS here. Let's go wet blanket Steven and touch on some of the things that didn't particularly go great for the Kings yesterday. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can check us out on the Odyssey app or, of course, 1320 a.m. here in Northern California. Teams still didn't go to the free throw line very much last night. 11 of 17. So that actually points out two problems. They didn't go to the free throw line very often, and when they did, they didn't convert. So,
nothing's going to piss me off more than that.
I know this very much, and this I think is going to upset you even more. You pointed this out earlier to start the show. DeAaron went 6 for 6 yesterday, which that's love that, right? So DeAaron went 6 of 6. The team went 11 of 17. So it gets really bad when you take DeAaron's number. In fact, it's bad now. It gets worse when you take DeAaron's numbers out of that. This, again, and I only bring this up, hey, it's the second preseason game. Stop being wet blanket Steven. I got it. But we talked about establishing habits. We talked about, establishing trends, using these 4 games, using the preseason to establish habits headed into the regular season. This isn't just a 2-game habit. I think we're going on like a 2-season habit that we keep hoping they're going to be able to break this. We keep hoping they're going to be able to get to the basket. We keep hoping that when they do get to the free throw line, that they're going to be able to get to the free throw line. We keep hoping that when they do, they're going to be able to convert. And we're not going to look back at games going, man, they missed 8 free throws and we lost by 2.
Yeah.
Like those are the worst games when I feel like the Kings played well enough to win this game. How did they lose it? Well, you look at one simple statistic and it's right there. You miss that many free throws in a close game, you're going to lose. And I don't want to have that conversation this year.
I don't either. I absolutely don't. I don't want to go viral for being mad about free throws and having coaches, talk about I'm wrong. I don't want that. I don't want that. Now, if you look at what happened yesterday, Mo Harkless goes 0 for 2 from the free throw line, and Terrance Davis goes 1 for 2 from the free throw line. We'll bring this back, and this is big for this young man's development. Is the sore spot for this team with the free throw shooting. Marvin Bagley 1 for 4 from the free throw line. I think the other day, I can pull it up real quick. I think he was also a little spotty at the free throw line. He had 9 points last night. That could be a double-digit night if you're making your free throws, Marv. And I know he's working on it. We see that with Doug Christie, but he's got to be a better free throw shooter. He has to be, especially if he wants to play and go out there and play clutch minutes and things of that nature. He's got to be able to hit his free throws. The other night he was 2 for 4. So to start the season, he's 3 for 8 from the free throw line. I need him more 5 for 8, 6 for 8, and so does the team. So the guys that you're going to need, and this is a concern of this young man either. Davion Mitchell traditionally hasn't been a good free throw shooter. So you're going to need, more importantly than anything, your best guys to be able to knock down 80% of your free throws. And I'm talking Fox, Holmes is great at the line. Harrison's got to hit his. Marvin's got to start making his. Davion, we talk about how much we expect him to play and not being able to keep him off the floor. He's got to make his free throws. Tyrese, the same thing. Your top 6 guys, they got to be close to money from the free throw line. And you're right. You want to see them get there maybe a little more, but 17 isn't that bad. But if you're not hitting them, that's almost like a double whammy. Where you get these free looks and you're not hitting your free throws, it can be extremely frustrating and demoralizing. So that has to turn around, man. Has to.
This is not a conversation from a year ago, by the way. That was live. That was live. That wasn't a conversation after one of the many losses that they had last year, where you look at their free throw attempts and their free throw conversion rate, where it's like, hit a couple of more of these, man, the game is entirely different. File this under the category of what the hell do I know, along with the starting lineup change there by Luke Walton. We mentioned yesterday at the top of the 3 o'clock hour in our keys to the game, brought to you by Sac City Mortgage, that when the rebounding battle, we saw that happen in game number 1. When you're out rebounding someone, you're outworking someone. Well, they won 113-98, but they actually lost the rebounding battle 56-50. Probably more concerning, definitely more frustrating for Luke Walton is that they lost the offensive rebounding battle.
Yeah.
Again, and remember, that was a big point of frustration for Luke Walton, so much so he even pointed it out in his press conference after the Phoenix game. They lost that battle 14-10.
Yeah, they've got to close out possessions, man. Got the defensive possessions, I should say. Got to.
I mean, 50's a good number. I mean, like 50's a good, number, a barometer for rebounding, but giving up 14 offensive rebounds. I think the thing that concerns me most about that isn't necessarily getting out rebounded 14-10, offensive rebound wise. It's the fact that Luke brought it up and then it happened again. That's what I'm concerned about, because if Luke mentioned it to us, Luke mentioned it to them and it happened again. That's where it's like, okay, Luke Walton taking that back into practice, tomorrow or whenever they're meeting up again, like, okay, we've got a couple of game trends here now that we have to eliminate before we get to Portland.
Well, in its simplest form, Damian, 2 things right here. Typically, what a lot of basketball games in general, the team that wins the rebounding battle is going to win the game. More times than not. It's not a steadfast rule, but if you are the team that wins the rebound battle wins the game. The other thing about it, when you're a team like the Sacramento Kings, who struggles defensively traditionally, struggled mightily last year on the defensive end, one way that you can help that out is not to have to play defense for extra possessions. And in its simplest form last night, they played for 14 extra possessions for no reason.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For the simple fact that you weren't taking care of business. So obviously nobody's going to have 0 offensive rebounds, but if you can cut that down to, 8 offensive rebounds for the other team, or 7 or something like that, you're getting, not only are you getting off of defense 7 extra times, but for the thing that you do really well, scoring the basketball, you're giving yourself 7 extra possessions on the offensive end. So that's I'm with Luke Walton on that one. I think everybody is. That's entirely too much. You got to keep that thing in single digits if possible. And you have the people that can do it now. You got, good size and rebounders and all 5 guys rebounding. You got all that. So yeah, they got to improve on that.
That's such a great point though. Why give ourselves extra defensive possessions? And obviously, and this is in its most simplistic form. It's not like the guys aren't trying to get rebounds.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? But there's got to be ways in which you can minimize it, in which you can minimize the amount that you're giving up. Some are unavoidable. Completely understand that.
Mhm.
But 14 aren't unavoidable. And if your worst attribute on the floor is your ability on the defensive end, why make yourself work harder on that defensive end? Why give yourself that extra defensive possession? That's a hell of a point. It'd be interesting to go back last year and look at what the offensive rebounding numbers were again for Kings opponents and how many extra defensive possessions they had to play.
Well, that's it. I think they were last or close to last in everything in rebounding. They were last in rebounding in
Sounds
general.
right.
Yeah, they were last in rebounding in general in the league. This is all off the top of my head. I feel like they were last in defensive rebounds, which essentially ended up having them being near the top in opponents' offensive rebounds. So, and that's for a team that didn't play any good defense at all, pretty much all last year. So they've got to find a way to one shot and out, get out.
Yeah.
It's imperative for them because even if they get better defensively, I don't look at them as being this great defensive team. That's not who they're going to be. So part of not sliding down that same slope that they did last year is in those possessions, finish the possession off with the rebound.
There's a lot of other things we want to get into today, including the start of the Giants and Dodgers tomorrow. We'll talk about that unfortunate story that's out there with the NBA players and the healthcare fraud and why this. I think the bigger question should be the fact that this feels like a trend in pro sports. We've got to discuss that. And we will. But first, we're going to talk with Deuce and Mo, or the Deuce and Mo podcast. That's next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Bobby Hield asked the questions. He says, KC, what do you think about Marvin being put on the perimeter? I believe Luke needs to put Marvin in better positions other than Fox. He's the only player who gets fouled consistently. Yeah, I think he'll end up being on the perimeter a little bit more than normal. I think he needs to be more so in that. And that seems to be Rashawn's area when they do, pick and rolls, but he needs to be in that like 15 to 17 feet range, and I'd like to see him shooting those mid-range shots and getting opportunities 15 feet away from the basket to take, maybe a bigger guy one-on-one, one dribble, get to the cup, things of that nature. But I'd like to see Marvin all over the floor. Like, I want to see him on the block more. I like when he shoots his threes. Catch and shoot. It's a good call, Rob W. Good call.
Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed.
Here, what's your program? What's your team? What's your AAU team, man? What age group? All that other stuff.
Oh, there they are. There they are. Hey, while we get everything ready for Deuce and Mo, hey, why don't y'all just take a. Oh, it didn't work. I didn't. There it is. There's one.
That was dope, though. That
cool.
promo was cool. That looked great.
Deuce and Mizzo.
What?
Deuce and what?
Mizzo.
You guys should make one of those with the dun 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 playing as the music.
NWDNNNM.
God,
Following announcement has been paid for. We missed you guys.
I know it's been a couple weeks.
I know, man.
Great to see you. How was vacation?
It was nice to just take a little pause and reset. Now it's here. The grind is here. Let's go.
I didn't have a chance to go back and listen, but I saw Chris's tweet that going on vacation is like Mick Foley flying off Hell in a Cell? Like,
yeah, Carlin was in a room with Bojack, went out to dinner, and a window was cracked open a little bit. By the way, in a second story,
no.
Carlin, you get back, go upstairs. Hey, where's Bojack and Carlin? Hey, Bo, okay, Carlin, where are you at? There's a hole in the screen.
Oh, jeez.
And I'm like, okay. So we're thinking, okay, rest in peace. Let's get the shovel.
Like he's dead.
Let's go ahead and bury him. And you get outside, and he was completely fine, no limping or anything. He just comes running out. So it was like a 12-foot drop. I don't know if like there was like ivy attached to the house that broke the fall.
I don't know. There's the hole in the screen.
Oh man!
And look, that's going out to the roof, and those are all slippery tiles.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that's
so
awful.
Carlin is Mick Foley.
Kenny's like,
if JR saw it, Jim Ross would have been, oh my God, he's been broken in half.
Oh my God,
he's my witness.
Hang on, guys. That's terrifying. Oh man. Very terrifying start to our conversation with Deuce and Mo, Deuce and Mo podcast, who are returning. We just started off like, guys, we missed you. You went on vacation. You got back on Wednesday, full steam ahead with night chats and podcast. And I had referenced a tweet that I had seen, and I guess one of the puppies just dove out the window.
Yeah,
and,
second story. But hey, guess what? Totally fine.
he's alive.
Absolutely fine. No need to go to the vet.
Can I just say this? My dog, Bojack, the smart one, he didn't follow him out the window. The window was wide open. He could have gone out and been like, yeah, I'm going to follow you, bro. Didn't follow him. The smart dog.
Well,
Congrats.
as we like to say, they didn't jump out the window with that one.
Man.
Well, I'm glad no animals were harmed during Deuce and Mo's vacation. We did post a question though over on the YouTube stream. Besides Davion Mitchell, who's the best defender in Sacramento? Morgan Reagan running away with this at 50%. Bojack and Carlin coming up with 30%. Well, Deuce is on the poll too, and he's at 20%.
And that's fine. I mean, I'm not surprised by people out there getting it wrong again. They got it wrong in 2016. They're getting it wrong now. The fact of the matter is this: Carlin and Bojack could play some defense. They move well. They're agile. You are not even in the conversation, Morgan. You're not even. She's an offensive player.
You know what? I'm not even mad about that because I am not a defender anymore. But when I look back on I made some like basketball scrapbook during quarantine because I had all of these things, newspaper clippings and like max prep stuff. My defense was phenomenal. I was a rebounding guard. I was stealing the basketball, and I just had a nose for the ball. So I was a really good defender. But now,
Why did you have to put that poll question? This is what we just get. Morgan trying to. Yeah, I was looking back at some clips, and I got to be honest. Like,
back when I was 15, 16 years old.
I don't feel like Deuce has a lot of lateral quickness.
Man.
Yeah.
What kind of defender
Kenny?
Would you be a bruiser?
Kenny, I'll come over to Kenny's Palace at some point. Invite me over, and we'll see.
Deuce is like a Buddy Hield, where he's more of an effort guy. So it's like the basketball IQ of it defensively. Hey, and he can't shoot. Deuce can't shoot, but he's more of that guy where it's like he is full blown effort, and when he's full blown effort, he's a good defender. That's a compliment, man.
So no.
He did not take that as a compliment, by the way, for those who aren't watching.
Because it's not. Because what I hear is a guy that's full of fake hustle. Like, I'm going to run out hard and close out. And the guy just pumps fakes you and goes around.
Damn, Kenny. I honestly think when Buddy can put forth all of his effort, he becomes a good, not even good, okay,
adequate.
can be at the like he can hang out there as a defender, and it's not like he's disrupting and making other things happen, but at least he can hold his own defensively when all of his effort is there, and that's like Deuce.
Very, very random. Buddy had a hell of a closeout last night. It really stuck out. You remember? Nobody probably remembers it but me.
No.
But Luke Kennard was in the corner, wide open. Buddy typically would just run out crazy. Yeah, he'd chopped his feet and everything. I was like, look at Buddy with the closeout, forced the pass. It was a great job. But it was
love it.
As we mentioned, Deuce and Mo back with us here. When does I feel like we're going to lose you again. When does the Stockton Kings schedule start? That's just a couple of weeks away, isn't it?
November 14th is the first game, I think.
They all just turn to look like it's the WrestleMania sign.
Yeah.
Just
right up there. There's the schedules all over there. Yeah, there's a lot of games coming up here.
Yeah.
14th. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Busy,
so November?
Yeah, November 14th
Yeah.
it starts.
Okay. All right. So we got a little bit of time.
Figure out like if there's a better set day, we'll get it all figured out.
Yeah. Let's dive in. Let's dive into the Kings season before we dive into the Stockton Kings season. Let's dive into the Sacramento Kings season. We started the conversation talking defense and the silly poll question we put up. Obviously, the focal point is on Davion. Let's start with the remark that DeAaron Fox made last night about Davion Mitchell already being a top 5 on-ball defender in the league. What did you make of that when you heard DeAaron say it last night?
Sometimes I think, guys will overhype things. I don't think it's overhype. I don't. I mean, you saw what he did, not only in college. It's not like some guy just like showed up out of nowhere and is defending well. He did it in college. He did it in the summer league. He's doing it now in the preseason. That one play last night that a lot of people on social media were referencing at the end of the first quarter when he switched on to Paul George, 6'8" Paul George. Paul George, an all-star. Paul George, one of the better scorers in the league, and he made life challenging so much so that afterward, Paul George went up to him and was like, hey, that was pretty nice. And to see that, and then to hear DeAaron's comments. DeAaron's going up against him in practice every day. He knows. And it's real. I mean, I'm not acting like Davion's a perfect player, but there's no doubt he is a legit defender for a team that hasn't had a legit defender in the better part of a decade.
Yeah, just because DeAaron says it doesn't make it true, but what does make it true is what we are seeing with our own eyes, right? And DeAaron just backing it up with his genuine comments was really cool to hear, because I feel like, and Deuce and I have talked about this so many times, I just feel like he's such a blunt, honest guy where he's just going to tell you how it is. And you don't see him that joyful when he's talking about his teammates that often. So not only was that nice to see, but he believes in him. And I think Kings fans should really start believing in Davion Mitchell and believe that he is defensively NBA ready right now.
And to your point, Morgan, DeAaron Fox doesn't seem like the type to, just gas people for no reason.
Right.
You're not going to just say things just to say it or, to overhype a situation. The things that he says and the praise that he heaps on players, and especially when he puts it as definitive as he did yesterday when he says top 5, that's not something that I don't feel like I've ever heard him say about himself or his teammates or nothing like that. So there was a level of authenticity with DeAaron putting it out there like that.
It's fun to watch too. I mean, it really is. Just even that first game against Phoenix, there was a play where Halliburton had the ball, I think like knocked off his leg or foot or whatever. And Cam Johnson's breakout in transition, which should have been an easy layup.
Oh yeah.
And Davion gets back and knocks it away. Just little things, just doing the right things. And it's fun to see. I know a lot of people are worried about his size, and that could be a problem at times in terms of height, but like he moves well. He's strong. And to see him D up different types of players has been pretty fun.
And Damian talked about this earlier, and it was a great point. DeAaron Fox saying something like that. Number one, he goes up against Davion every day in practice, so he sees it. Number two, he goes up against, for the better part of the last 2 or 3 years, the best perimeter defender on every team. So he's seen it. He's seen, some of the top guys in the league on the defensive end. And after a few weeks of playing with them, to be like, yo, this guy's one of the top 5 guys I've had to go against. It sings praises, man. It rings loud.
And like to me, I don't know what you guys think. This team was obviously awful defensively last year. There's no chance they finish last, right? Like, I know it's not just one guy, but I just think, just so far in the preseason, I know it's preseason, got to be careful going too crazy, but it just seemed, it looks a little better defensively too. And I feel like even with Tristan Thompson, I I liked what I saw from him yesterday at the start of the game. Like, he's breaking up an alley-oop that led to a Harrison Barnes basket. He's protecting the rim, altering shots. He's a big body. Alex Len moves pretty well. You could see how he can impact things in limited minutes off the bench. This team just feels like they're going to be an improved team.
There was a second part to that conversation, that question and answer with DeAaron and Jason Anderson that we didn't play earlier, where DeAaron is throwing that praise at Davion, and Jason Anderson follows it up with, is that something that, you guys can emulate and take on? And DeAaron's like, no, hell no. Yeah. We can't do that. That's a unique skill set to him. Now, defense being contagious or whatever, we can't do what he does. That is unique to Davion Mitchell, and I think that's saying something too.
Yeah, it's like the fundamentals to that. It can't be taught. And I think DeAaron actually said those words. Like, it can't be taught. Like, you have to have it, right? Yeah. And so he truly understands, to your point too, Kenny, it's like going up against some of the best defensive guards in this league. He understands every inch of their body when he's looking at them and seeing if their hips are even turned a little bit one way, so he can be explosive another way. And so he understands his timing of his crossover this way. So he sees all that as an almost elite point guard in this league. I really think he can make that leap even this year. And that's a whole nother conversation to be had. But he sees that as a really good point guard in this league. And he knows that Davion Mitchell also has that as a very good defensive player in this league.
And another thing about that is, when you look at Davion, I mentioned it earlier today, it's not like he's sitting there and he's slapping the floor. He's got a dig hand. He's got a hand in the passing lane. It's not the traditional stance of how you're taught to play defense. He's just sitting there kind of stalking you. It's kind of bent, kind of hunched over, but he has instincts and a sixth sense to, I don't know, combined his knowledge of what an offensive player does and shoot it directly to his body so they can move at the same time. Like, he just knows, like, he's sitting there. He's not in a traditional defensive stance, but when you go, he goes immediately. And it's just, to DeAaron's point, I wouldn't teach anybody to, like, get ready to play defense the way Davion does, but it works perfect. It works perfect for Davion Mitchell.
It falls into that, what Morgan just pointed out, DeAaron said, you can't teach that. Like, you don't want to teach that. That's how someone is so skilled at something. Yeah, we're not going to teach you the way that he does it, because he's very unique in this regard. We're going to teach you the way we teach everybody else to do it. Maybe if you could develop these instincts along the way like he has, that'll be fantastic. Obviously 2-0. It's 2 preseason games. That wasn't exactly the Western Conference champion Phoenix Suns we saw the other night. Probably not the potentially title contending Los Angeles Clippers that we saw last night, but the team is 2-0. What are your biggest takeaways here from the first 2 games? Obviously, besides what we saw on the defensive end with Davion.
I think for me last night, I was just so impressed with Fox. And it's not only the body. You look up pictures of him even last year, the year before, and now you look at his body, like, damn, like, he did get big. Like, sometimes you hear that during an off season, you roll your eyes. Like, I don't really see that 10 extra pounds. Like, you see it on him, and it doesn't seem like he's lost speed, right? Like, last night, he was putting on a show. I mean, step back threes, getting to the basket, setting up his teammates. He had a nice hesitation move on Paul George and then dished it to Tristan Thompson. I just love what I saw. And then I love the fact that he got to the free throw line and was 6 for 6. And that's like the area that we always talk about with DeAaron. I think we talked about a lot last year is, okay, can he get that 3-point number, that percentage up? Can he get that to 35? It was 32 last year. Can he be a better free throw shooter than 71%? I sure hope so. And if he could do that, I mean, then look out. Then we're talking about the Kings probably taking a serious jump. But I think so far that's been like the biggest bright spot. I expect big things from him, but it's just been cool to see it on the court too.
And that's the obvious takeaway. So I won't even go off of that because I feel like we've probably all have talked about that for so long. But another, just trying to think of a different angle that can be a takeaway is, again, we haven't been talking about him too much because he hasn't been like a shining star, but Tyrese Halliburton, even in these last 2 games, you just look at his vision and the way that he's able to manage the floor when he has the ball in his hands. Things are moving. I mean, whether it's just pass here, wherever, it's like people flow with him. That 2-man game with Rashawn Holmes. And I think just having, yes, I'm going to say it, the girth with Alex
There
Len
it is.
and
Yes.
Tristan Thompson. I know. We need like a girth meter.
Wow.
With,
Yeah, whoa.
with the size of Tristan Thompson and Alex Len and just their presence felt like in that key, whether it's on the defensive end, being there for help, and or the offensive end, a brick wall like Alex Len being able to be that screen assist guy and really get someone the space that they need. And even if it is Tyrese Halliburton with the ball, giving him the space that he needs so he can see the whole floor and do what he needs to do to make a play.
And I think the other thing too is we've seen so many variations through the first 2 games of the 3-guard lineup that, you know, we've spent so much time talking about, and then you watch it and you go, okay, I could see why this works. And no, it's not going to work against every team, but then you start looking at some of the other teams, they're doing the same thing. Like, teams are busting out 3-guard lineups a lot. They want guys who are able to handle the rock, play make, shoot the ball. And it's just nice to see that the Kings have multiple guys who can do that. And it also, I haven't seen much of Buddy Hield bringing up the ball, which is a huge
good thing.
Yeah, it's a great thing, right? Like, let Mitchell do it. Let Halliburton, let Fox, Terrance Davis. I just like so far that 3-guard lineup. And look, they still have flaws on this team. The wing depth isn't great, but you could see why they want to work with a 3-guard lineup and try some different things.
I got something I want to ask you, but before I do, I want to remind everybody you're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. We got Deuce and Mo in the building right here on D-Lo and KC. And
you've never done that before.
Well,
yeah,
that's
dude.
your first time. You thought I'd surprise you just a little bit. You know.
My man. Love it.
You know, roll with me here a little bit, because when you talk about De'Aaron Fox, last year, 25-7, second half of the season, 28-8 or something like that. I don't, some people may think I'm overrating this roster a little bit. I look at what they've been able to do just in the first 2 games. I know preseason is nothing, but I feel like they have an ability to, if De'Aaron isn't scoring 28, if De'Aaron isn't scoring 25, they can still win the ball game, because you got guys like Tyrese Halliburton, Davion Mitchell, Harrison Barnes, Marvin Bagley. There's other guys on the team that can carry that offensive load. And one of the things that I'm a little worried about is, and maybe it's not a big thing at all, but De'Aaron Fox, I've always felt like naturally he would rather have stat line of 18-9 as opposed to 33-5 assists, right? And just kind of, sometimes it can be passive. And if he can see a situation where, I don't have to score 25 tonight, he might not do it. And I want him to have that same aggression of, no, I need to get these up. And I just wonder, and let me know what you guys think. Yeah. Is that a concern, that if they are extremely balanced offensively as a team, that Fox kind of gets a little passive out there?
That's an interesting point. I don't think you're far off, because let's just go back to the first game. Again, we're prefacing all this preseason. Let's go back to the first game when he was scoreless all the way through, like 3 minutes left into the second quarter. And I remember thinking, like, damn, he's not, doing it. I want to see more from him. And then we saw that more in this second preseason game against the Clippers. And you're right, Kenny. It's so dominant and it's so enjoyable to watch, and it's there, and he can do it. Even though all these other, you named all those other guys, you didn't even go into the bench depth of like Terrance Davis and even what he can add. And so, yeah, there's other guys that can score, but I don't know. I think with the confidence with his shot and really understanding his body and how he has this new build and this new body type this season, I think it's going to give him even more confidence to keep finishing at the rim. And we're seeing his free 2 games in. His free throw numbers last night, he had a good free throw game. I don't know. I just feel like he's the type of guy, because of track record and what we've seen each year, he takes these little leaps. Maybe this is going to be the year that he takes that leap of understanding, like, all right, everyone, jump on my back. I'm going to go and you follow.
Can he get some calls this year?
Man,
Probably
I
not.
mean, honestly,
about 4 or 5 times against Phoenix. I thought,
yes.
I mean,
I don't know. Get some calls.
Now he's just too big. Like I don't know. He's just now all of a sudden he's officiated like he's Shaquille O'Neal or something.
Well, who's dishing out the punishment really on this play? Is it Fox or is it the defender? We just don't know.
He'll come up with some excuse for him to not get the whistle. Buddy's name came up in there somewhere, so let's get to Buddy. He has become an extremely high volume shooter, and that volume is behind the arc. And Deuce, you were one of the first people I remember pointing this out last year, not just pointing it out to us. You mentioned it to Luke Walton, and Luke was like, yeah, no, that's what we want. He essentially said the same thing against Phoenix. No, we want him to take those shots. He's taking a lot of 3-pointers. His role is a little bit different through the first 2 preseason games, but where's the Buddy meter with Deuce and Mo right now with all of the shots that he's taking?
Well, I think we have more has a different take than me, but last preseason, Fox was jacking up a ton of threes, a lot, and he wasn't hitting them.
Air balls.
And he's not obviously anywhere near an elite 3-point shooter. Or even a good 3-point shooter at this point in his career, 32% last year. I just don't, I guess in the preseason, I'm not worried as much. I will say this, when you go, last night was he 4 for 13 in 23 minutes? That's pretty crazy. It's 3 for 13 from 3 last night. He was 4 for 13 against Phoenix. But, around the same, we're talking about 22 minutes. He's getting a lot of shots up. I felt like last night, he got some pretty good looks. He had a couple of forces for sure. He had one force he missed with Kennard on him, but he had another one he buried. I don't know. If this is a regular season, he's putting up 13 threes in 22 minutes. I don't love it, but it's the preseason. They're trying some different things. He is a really good shooter. And if he's getting good looks, let it fly. It's the preseason.
And this is the difference between Deuce and I, because he's like, if he's getting good looks, let him fly. I didn't consider some of those decisions and some of those looks last night good looks. And then Deuce's rebuttal is those are good looks for Buddy Hield. Like Buddy Hield's used to taking those tough shots, which is absolutely true. But at the same time, you have teammates now that are willing screeners, willing playmakers. They're willing to do more for you. So utilize them to the fullest. And what I mean by that is don't just settle on, oh, I got a little screen and I barely came off of Harrison Barnes or whoever the teammate was, and I have a tiny little inch and I'm just going to shoot it because this is the most open I'm going to get. No, I don't think he should depend on that little inch of openness.
But that's all he needs sometimes.
Sometimes. And I think too, we've identified him as because he is as a shooter in this league. That is what he is identified as. Now, we all know that Luke Walton said he's an elite shooter in this league, where if you looked at his percentage in your stats person, it would say, yes, that is, where he's at with his percentage is a good percentage in this league. But when you actually watch him, it's some of his decision-making, some of his choices in those shots, it's just not the right time all the time. And it's not consistent enough. But
there were a lot of those in the Phoenix game.
To end that, though, Davion, it's shoot or shoot. So I don't know where to go with this.
Yeah. And also, just because he misses, it doesn't mean it's a bad shot, right? The Phoenix game, he definitely had some forces for sure.
Yes.
But he's going to have some forces. And I think the problem, too, is it seems like last year we saw this a lot, too, right? Where you were hitting on Davion, just the balance where it's most of his shots are just from 3. He's not really doing anything else besides shooting threes. And you want him to get really good looks. So last night, I felt like the looks were better. But I also feel like we saw many times last year where he starts 0 for 6, 1 for 8, and then he hits like a few at the end. It makes it look a little better than maybe it actually was on paper, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's the preseason. I'm not totally worried about it. They're trying things. They're trying different lineups, probably trying to get him different looks. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Get your shots up now.
So one of the things that I've said about this is through 2 games or whatever, it's not that big of a deal, but it's also not much different from what was already going on last year, in my opinion, is he's not really hitting shots. You kind of give him looks. You see if he's hitting that night. If he's not, maybe you can pull him. You have the luxury to do that this year. Last year, he was your starting 2 guard. If he would start off 0 for 7, it was like, we need him to turn it around. This year, you don't necessarily need him to turn it around. Like you would want him to, obviously, but his job, he's the microwave. He's a hired gun. Come in there, see if you're hot. If not, okay, we'll go with Davion. We'll go with Tyrese now, or hell, we'll go with Terrance Mitchell or Terrance Davis. Like we'll go different directions.
Replaceable.
Yeah. So it's okay for him to take the shots because that's his job. That's his role on his team. If he's going to be on this team, is to make shots, take the shots at least. So I look at Buddy, man, and there's so many things that I'd rather him do out there that I think would be beneficial to him. Like if you start 0 for 4 from beyond the arc, next time you come off those screens, curl it and go to the cup.
Yeah, that's fair.
To the line or something like that. But after 2 years of playing away, he's not going to do it. Like,
right.
He's not.
Yeah, and he's a gunner. He comes off and just shoot. I mean, Terrance Davis does the same thing with that, right? I mean, he attacks a little more, but he comes in and gets shots up, which I don't necessarily. I'm fine with it. I mean, I think Davis took 11 shots in 14 minutes, and he wasn't playing around. He was making shots though, so it feels a little different, obviously.
Get him up, boy.
But you know what? He's going to take it strong to the basket too, right? I mean, he'll try to dunk on somebody. You know, what was it in that first game? I think
tried to dunk on JaVale.
Yeah, he tried to kill JaVale McGee. I'm like, damn, Terrance.
He tried to do what John Collins did last night.
Yeah.
Oh man.
God.
Yeah. That was very Vince Carter in the Olympics ish.
It was nasty.
He flew.
Nasty.
That was ferocious. You mentioned Terrance Davis. I want to ask you about him. It's in front of me, and I just have to, because I just have to read this. I have to point it out to everybody. It's from the not often heard from Kenny Thomas, who tweeted, "Good morning, fam. I'll be announcing some exciting news about my future in the next few weeks. Stay tuned." Emoji with the sunglasses, and there's a Sacramento Kings logo attached to it.
Well, could the Kings use another big? At this
I was
point?
gonna ask.
Like, does he? Kenny Thomas.
There's a strong possibility he still has time left on his contract.
Man, I felt like that contract when they traded for him in that Weber deal. I felt like that was like a 25-year contract. I'll never
That's
forget
why
Petrie was like selling it like, hey, man, we broke the contracts up for more flexibility. We got Corliss, we got Skinner, and we got Kenny Thomas. It's going to allow it to be more flexible. Meanwhile, Kenny Thomas is here for 15 years.
I'm not positive, but I think they had to delay Chris Webber's Hall of Fame induction until Kenny's contract expired. And
he's 44 years old, by the way. So I don't envision him actually coming back on the floor.
Yeah.
No.
Kenny Thomas, something related to the Kings.
I don't know, man. He's got
imaginations run wild.
I don't know.
He what?
I don't know why you tweet this out and be like, stay tuned for the next few weeks. Bro, this is something that you do like tomorrow. Like, what do you mean the next few weeks?
Yeah. Like, all right, hold on. Let me throw my Kenny Thomas notifications on. I need that Kenny Thomas bomb.
Kenny Thomas, not a really big social media guy, and obviously is in charge of his own tweets with this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's not going to be playing. He's not going to be coaching. So who knows? Well, maybe there's something going on in Sacramento. K9.
I wonder.
Let me put the.
I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it.
You know, you might have a lot to say over the next few weeks without saying what you're looking for.
You know what it is? I just put a bunch of just put a bunch of different conversations in my head together. So let's talk about Terrance Davis.
Okay.
What's Terrance? Because you brought him up, and he went to the Buddy Hield School of Shooting last night, getting all those shots up in just 11, 12 minutes, whatever it was. But I mean, in all seriousness, Kenny's a big fan of Terrance Davis. I think what is his role on this team though this season?
Man, I mean, again, you have all these guards. Like you already know Fox, Halliburton, Mitchell, Hield playing, right?
Right.
So how do you find time for Davis?
But maybe it's to exactly what Kenny was saying, how Buddy on those evenings where we've seen the consistency isn't there. Like we can't afford to leave you in there any longer and shoot. That's great, but we got to bench you right now. Boom, you put in the energy guy and Terrance Davis. I don't know when or where that actually fits, but that's going to be needed and that's going to happen. It's a long season. We've seen these losing streaks with this Kings team. I'm not saying it's the same roster, so we're going to see these losing streaks again, but you're going to see those hard times again because this isn't a team built of a whole bunch of all-stars. So you're going to need that energy guy. And I believe that's where Terrance Davis is going to come in.
I mean, I like him. I want him to play. I'm trying to find the minutes. And maybe it's a situation. I mean, look, the Kings nearly traded Buddy Hield to the Lakers. We know that. We know that deal was close. All the reports suggest that. So maybe Davis is a little Buddy Hield insurance if they do move him. You know, I know they're different guys. Terrance is not the shooter he is, but Terrance provides something a little different. I like Terrance Davis a lot. He's young. He comes in, and it's not just offensively. Yeah, he can come in, and he's streaky sometimes. He had a stretch last year where I felt like he didn't make a three for like 3.5 weeks.
He did.
But he kept it going. And he plays hard. He's scrappy defensively. He deflecting balls, like creates turnovers. I like him.
This is a little silly stuff that sticks in my head. And I'm once again maybe the only person that saw it yesterday. I think it was the second quarter. Did you see Terrance Davis jumping over those screens that were being set?
Yes.
They set screens on him, and he was textbook stepping over. I'm not going to get screened or whatever. Little stuff like that. You know what I mean? That sticks out for me, that I like what he does, and that's something probably Davion would do as well. I call, guys, you guys may remember the great San Francisco Giant legend, Angel Pagan. I'm calling Terrance Davis El Caballo Loco, the crazy horse. He just goes out there, man.
Crazy horse.
Goes out there.
I know you're fired up for the Giants when you're dropping Pagan references today.
Oh, hell yeah. What did Pagan? Oh, this Pagan salute.
Oh yeah,
I'm
going to game 1, Kenny.
What?
Yeah.
You going behind?
Yeah.
You gonna leave me behind? That's how we feel, Deuce.
You're not going,
dude. He asked me if I wanted to go, and I said no because I just don't. You know what's funny? One,
you don't want to be around people.
Yeah, that's honestly, like that's one. I just have a little bit anxiety.
I got you. Yeah.
Even though King season is here, but two, just always in the news with the Dodger fans and like picking fights. I'm like, I'll get my ass beat. I just knew it would be me. And like, I don't have time for that. I don't have time for a black eye.
It's not going to be like that.
Oh, there she is. She's wearing a Niners.
Like they're gunning for her. Like they're actually going for her.
Oh my God.
We hate your Posey jersey. That's what I'm waiting for.
This is I've been meaning to tell Damien about this, and this is I don't like that this happens, but it seems like the new Tuesday, Wednesday tradition. We go down and we have what we do on Mondays, we recap, overreaction, all this other stuff, power rankings on Tuesday. The new Tuesday, Wednesday tradition is the new viral video of the week of a fight at a football game.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
There's like 3 new ones every week.
It's just so stupid. Like, what are we doing?
And Kenny, like, I'm not acting like I'm going to be the one in the brawl, but I don't want to be, honestly, that energy, I don't want to be around it. It's so dangerous. I just don't like humans right now, like on planes and stuff. They're just so weird that everyone needs to get back into life a little bit more. And then I'm going to find and then I'll come back. You get all your fights out, you weirdos, and then I will jump back in there.
I still love the thought of there's U2's Morgan Reagan. Get her.
Who the hell is that? No, just beat her up. We don't care.
Who the hell? Just beat her up. Jesus.
I don't know how to get back to where we were. I just also realized the crazy horse means something very different in Las Vegas. As you said that, I was like, where do I like? Why is that sticking out in my head? And then I don't Google it.
That's too late.
Is it like Raiders or is it like Vegas?
No, it's Vegas.
Oh,
like
okay.
it's Vegas.
We're gonna Google it right. Oh, okay.
You're on Instagram. Okay.
Oh, those are some
Deuce Mason follow.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Is that a
lots of dollars?
Spot?
Lots of heels.
It's a Magic City spot without the wings.
Oh,
okay. It says free ride and entry. What's the ride part?
Well, okay.
I don't know what that means anyway.
like, wait a minute.
Now, what did I do wrong?
I don't. All right. Okay. Let's get back to setting screens. I had an intention to go here. We still have some time. I'm gonna get us back in the lane. Deuce and Mo with us, Deuce and Mo podcast. You talked about Terrance. This feels so out of place now. Like,
hey, that's on you, Davion. That's on you.
I know. Bad host.
I'll never think about El Caballo logo the same.
Yeah.
You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You were talking about Terrance Davis stepping over screens. Have you ever seen a fan base pop for screens more than Alex Lynn against Phoenix? You go to Twitter a couple of minutes into Alex Lynn being on the floor. Look at those screens Alex Lynn is setting.
Deuce and Mo, Rivals the time. I remember everybody was marking out because what was his name? Mika was setting screens that one day.
Eric Mika.
Oh yes, Eric Mika.
Stockton Kings legend.
Another brick wall.
Do you see the screens? Do you see them?
You guys, I was not one of those people that tweeted about it, but was I super? It was in my notes after the game to talk about it because I love a good screen. And Kenny, you probably do as a guard when you get a good screen and it just like gets you a little bit more open to make a move or do what you need to do. It's just so underrated. You know how like a quarterback gives offensive linemen, all these presents, like things for protecting me. Yeah. Like I wish all those years that I had a good screen, I was gifting those people that were giving me those great screens.
Sacramento fans do appreciate that stuff more than other things, right? Like screens, guys. Like if you think about some of the fan favorites over the years, it's like Jack Cooley. John Brockman, Quincy Acey, Reggie Evans. They just like guys who play hard. That's why, like Davion, I mean, how many standing ovations is he going to get this year? Just the way he plays. And he's, those guys are kind of just nice role players. I think Davion obviously has the potential to be much more than that. So, yeah, people were definitely popping for that.
Yeah. Shout out to my guy, Ted, who in the West Sac Adult League. He told me, he said, look, man, I'm just going to set screens for you. And he said some good ones. And yeah, he was the man.
I love Ted.
So appreciative.
Ted's you owe him a present.
Absolutely. Big ups to my guy, Ted. Shout out Ben Zook as well. That's my guy too.
Speaking of,
can he just shout out guys from his adult league? Like what? Like Ted's listening right now. Yes, he shouted me out.
Hey Bill, that one screen you sent last week, man. Thank you, man. That got me that open three.
Yeah, I don't know when I'm playing the adult league again. I might be retired from the adult leagues.
No, why?
Yeah, I don't feel like
because he only plays on one end of the floor.
Got it. Yeah. Oh, you're one of those.
I'm getting up there, man. I'm getting up there.
He's not exactly posting videos of his defensive slides out there on his basketball court.
Great point.
No.
Could you even defend your kid?
Oh yeah, I lock him up. He like I say, he'll never beat me because there'll be a game that he's going to like lose by one. And I'll know if I play him again, I'm going to lose. And that's the last time I'll play him.
Like the last time you'll play him, or will you start cheating to win?
No, his hamstring's going to go out.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah. I'll know when it's time. Cause it'll be like 13-12 and I had to hit a fall away. I'll play him again. He's going to get it.
He's going to Tanya Harding his own kid just so he won't.
we got some years though. I got about at least 5-6 years.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna do the Dre episode in Blackish where he's about to lose and he fakes a heart attack. It's like, hang on, Reese, hang on, Jazz.
fakes a heart attack.
One last thought. Tristan Thompson obviously made a huge impact on media day. He seems to have said all of the right things being in front of the camera. He's celebrating with Davion Mitchell at the Golden One Center. Like, this dude is legitimately just walked in from the Boston Celtics and has become the leader of this team.
It cracks me up though, because we were joking about this on the podcast the other day about how, like, when the Kings traded for him, how many Kings fans were pissed off and like, oh, they're gonna buy him out, blah blah blah. He says 3 words at media day, and people are like, "Let's go!" Chloe has it wrong. Like, it's like, I like what he brings. I mean, he looks like he's in decent shape too. And yeah, I think you need guys like that. Like last year, from like in a locker room perspective, you have like guys with personalities, like Hassan Whiteside you had last year with the personality. Now Tristan can play, I think, and Hassan Whiteside could not. But like, you know, a lot of Kings fans reference Amon Shumpert too, and I think you need guys like that. And he seems like, just hearing him at media day, it was cool because it felt like he actually knew a lot about the team. Like, he was talking about individuals and breaking down their games, and looks like he can play a little bit too.
I think the lesson here for everyone is like, don't judge a book just by its basketball reference resume, I guess, or, you know, or even pop culture, whatever, off the court resume, because what he's already brought to Sacramento is not only so fun for Kings fans to see and like feel happiness from it, but I believe these players are feeling the same way from their comments about him and talking about how much, you know, crap talking.
Trash talking?
Thank you. Trash talking. I was going to say the word.
Yeah,
I can't.
Good job.
Trash talking that he does. It shows too that he's going to be that competitive force at practice and try and make people better too, while also understanding it's a game. We're here to have fun as well.
Yeah. Harrison said the other day after practice that he's a connector. You need those people in your locker room.
Remember how everybody viewed the Amon Shumpert trade? Just throw in, we'll buy him out, and he, pound for pound, might be one of the top 5 beloved Sacramento Kings of all time.
For real.
What? Top 5 beloved of all time, Kenny.
Deuce, considering the fact he was here for like 7 minutes and how much
I was not on board with that one. I just like people. You said scores, so that means he's like awesome. I mean, he was fine. I wasn't a big Amon Shumpert guy.
I know, but be nice
He's
because
fine.
everyone else liked him. And I mean,
I'm sorry, I have to like it. Whoever else likes.
No, but you have to appreciate that angle to it. And no, Kenny, he's not top 5 most beloved Kings player of all time. And I wasn't gonna tell you that. But he's definitely not. But if you put it in a different tier, in a different category of like, you know, role playing or like the guys that good locker room guys, yes, he would be top 5 there.
Quite possibly our most eventful visit ever. Deuce and Mo, the Deuce and Mo podcast, available on YouTube, Twitch, available on the Odyssey app or Apple Podcasts, wherever you get podcasts from. Guys, we appreciate you so much. We're back with more of D-Lo and KC next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Woo, that was fun.
Oh, you guys are
Oh my
funny. Funny.
Fun. I'm still stuck on Kenny Thomas. Tune in in the next couple of weeks.
Fam, something that you said, like, I tune in at 1 p.m. today.
Like, Kenny, we ain't been tuned into you for like 4 years. Like, you're gonna have to narrow the window down here a little bit, fam.
Hey, he's just excited, right? For whatever, I guess.
That's all right.
He's just excited.
He's a nice guy.
Oh, that's good stuff. I like Kenny.
Yeah.
I've met Kenny 7 times, sat with him in his restaurant, had drinks with him, the whole thing.
Aw.
Every single time I meet him, he says, "Nice to meet you." Every single time. It's like, wow, that's the impact I have on people.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I guess. Nice to meet you too again, Kenny.
Oh my God,
to meet
that's
you.
We interviewed him a long time, like 6 years ago. I mean,
I try to block out that time in my life.
Oh dear, yeah, understandable.
It was a weird time, but yeah, we interviewed him because of the water too. Like, it was that water that he was doing.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember the water. Yep.
delicious water.
I remember when the account executive told me about that. Like, so we're we're selling water. Like, I'm sorry. Wait, what? You wanted to what? Yeah, will you endorse this water? All right.
Oh my god.
I don't think that endorsement ever made air.
Oh my god.
Oh God, you guys.
In any event,
You guys got me like out of breath today. Whew.
Kenny, you can still go to game 1, man. Hop on StubHub.
I wish I would love to, but my mom just bought a house. I got to move all weekend. So
Congrats to your mom.
that's what I'll be doing most of the next.
I mean, you can't just do it the next day.
all the stuff. The next 3 or 4 days, I'm gonna be moving. It's great,
man.
It
sure,
sucks.
man. It just pays not to have a relationship with your parents like me. Like I just don't like. It's just cool because I don't have to do that stuff.
Yeah, has its advantages.
Yeah,
has its
family
advantages.
He never has to move them. It's wonderful.
I'm the orphan who wants to adopt me.
Oh my God.
There you go. You guys are wild.
Okay.
All right,
Enjoy your weekends.
All right, I'll talk to you
guys.
guys soon.
All right, John.
Indeed.
Have
All
fun
right,
at
y'all.
home, Deuce.
Oh, that is hilarious. It pays not to have a relationship with your parents. Shout out to the homie. Is that me? No, that's Kenny. Shout out to the homie CJ. CJ, I don't know if you in here. CJ, thanks for the purchase, man. CJ jumped over on DeLoandKC.com and grabbed him a Chatty House sweatshirt. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's go.
Nice.
Good stuff, man. We appreciate y'all.
I'm so busy. I didn't even be able to make. I got to drop my C No Plus on.
I believe I got an alert from Miss Jasmine several days ago, so you may not have known that she might not have bought anything for you though. You might want to check with her.
So I'm not. I was going to say this isn't true. I was going to say she never buys anything. That's completely not true.
I think she was a first day purchaser, so that stuff may be arriving today. If you purchased on the first day,
Wait till the next day.
I'm getting a lot of alerts that stuff is arriving today. So
nice.
If you ordered something on the first day, it should be there for you. But that doesn't mean you can't order something today. DeLoandKC.com, meeting with the dope ones after the show. Hopefully that's to drop some new merch on you. Well, that was a wild visit with Deuce and Mo. Got a little wilder during the commercial break, too, over on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. By the way,
turn this show off, man. Never turn the show off.
Which why sometimes like we love our people over at Twitch, man, and we appreciate them. We ride with them. We got, Twitch is an Odyssey partner, but man, they be having some problems over there on Twitch. And I noticed in the middle of our conversation with Deuce and Mo, some of y'all Twitch users got booted off, man. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320 ain't never done us like that. So if you're a subscriber on Twitch, if you're a follower on Twitch, go make sure you hit the subscribe button on YouTube as well. There seems to be less issues over there on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up if you're watching as well. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or you're listening on 1320, we appreciate you for being with us. We hope you enjoyed that conversation with Deuce and Mo as much as we did. We hope you laughed as much as we did as well. A couple of quick things, KC. I know you want to talk a little bit. We're going to get back to the Sacramento Kings. By the way, we will absolutely get back to the Sacramento Kings. A couple of other things to talk about. A lot of my attention was split there as that game got underway last night. We'll get to the main reason why here in just a heartbeat, but I did have my eyes on some WNBA action. And how about the Chicago Sky? Candace Parker taking the Chicago Sky to the NBA finals or the WNBA finals, man. I don't know how many of you follow the WNBA, but the sentence, the Chicago Sky are headed to the finals, is a bit wild. Candace Parker playing for the Chicago Sky is wild, though that is technically her hometown. 17 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 blocks, 2 steals. This woman was once benched by Derek Fisher at the end of a playoff game in Los Angeles. Crazy. This woman was once kept off an Olympic team by Gino Auriemma because he didn't go to his beloved UConn. So shout out to Candace for continuously getting it done. Her winning with Chicago, I think, is the equivalent of LeBron winning in Cleveland.
Really? Wasn't Chicago like the worst team in the league like a year or two ago?
Chicago's been the worst team in the league several times.
Wow.
And the difference, absolutely 1,000%, is Candace Parker. We don't know who they're going to play yet because the Las Vegas Aces ran the Mercury out the building in that one, thanks to Chelsea Gray, Chelsea Gray had like 19 points at one point in 11 minutes. She wound up finishing with 22. Asia Wilson had 15 and 12. It's down to a decisive game 5, a 24-0 scoring run in the third quarter. Put that game out of reach. So we'll find out who the Chicago Sky is. That's going to be tomorrow night.
All right.
Or let me double check because it might actually be Saturday afternoon. Let me double check as we were going to segue from there to the other thing that was not just diverting my attention, but diverting a lot of our attention as we were watching that wild card game. Wait a minute. When is that game? Yeah, Friday night. I'm sorry. It's Friday night at 6:00. First game of the WNBA finals is on Sunday.
Not who do you want to win? Who do you think is going to win? Like the whole thing. Who's going to win the Vegas Phoenix game? Who's going to win in the WNBA finals?
I picked the Aces to win the WNBA finals when the season started. So I don't have any reason to not continue to ride with that. But they're playing Phoenix. Yeah. If Phoenix wins and it's Diana versus Candace in the WNBA finals, I'll take that. And as much respect as I have for Candace Parker, I'm rooting for Diana Taurasi. I'll never not root for Diana Taurasi. And if we get a situation where Diana can win a WNBA championship and she wouldn't give you the peace out on the podium, she'd give you the middle finger and say, I'm gone. Like, I need that. Oh my gosh. I could tell you exactly what Diana Taurasi's first words to me the first time I met her. I remember the whole sentence verbatim. She comes up to me and she says, it was in reference to a ring. She steps up to me and says, yo, you put your mother effing foot in that MFer. Those were the first words that Diana Taurasi said to me when I met her. And I love Diana Taurasi to no end. She is my favorite player by far.
Yeah, I don't have no issue with Diana. I love Diana as a ball player, but if it came down to that, I'd go with Candace.
Okay,
I go with Candace. I love me some Candace Parker.
No problem with Candace Parker either. I'm a fan of hers, and I love the story of what she's done with the Chicago Sky.
Yeah.
And now on. Okay, go ahead.
I promise.
Go ahead. Come on.
Get rid of this.
Come on.
You don't like it, but it needs to be played right now.
Just do it.
Giants, Dodgers.
I feel like John Bull has this gift that he really likes. It's of the kid jumping up and down, and it says, let's go. If that gift had sound, it would be that. That's exactly what the sound would be.
That's what coach was that again? He was for the Nevada Wolfpack basketball coach. But yeah, let's go. Let's go.
2,535 games all time between the Dodgers and Giants, and the first ever playoff game will be tomorrow. That is incredible.
Now, once again, we want to clarify something. People talking about 51 and 62. Those were regular season games. They were tied for the division. They played a 3-game playoff.
163.
Went to the playoffs then. Mm-hmm. This is the first playoff matchup. And Damian, this is I'm gonna speak here for a lot of the Northern California sports fans. We're witnessing history here in a couple of different ways. Number one, we've never seen anything like this before. But if you hear me or any 49er fans reference back to the feeling, the anticipation, the pressure cooker that was 49ers versus Cowboys in the early to mid 90s. Mm-hmm. Like that's an all-time moment for the franchise's history. Mm-hmm. Niners versus Seahawks in 2013, the way that rivalry was and how it boiled over and boiled into this one moment at the NFC Championship game. Hell, how guys like myself and yourself talk about 2002 with the Lakers. These are moments in history. 2021, Giants, Dodgers in the playoffs for the first time. This is something 20 years from now we will look back on and talk about the way we talk about Niners, Cowboys, Niners, Seahawks, Kings, Lakers. It's that big. Big.
I don't doubt this for I don't doubt that for a second. It's the first ever meeting between 105 win teams in history. That has never happened before. I mean, the wildness of the season, the wildness of the Sports Illustrated greatest team ever, the wildness of the fact that the team won, what was it, 106 games, and they were beat by a team to win the division that won 107. Ultimately, they went on and did win their 107th game, and it was in a wild card setting in which the Cardinals were probably in that game longer than they should have, not following it from jump. It wasn't until I think the 8th inning went on for about 2.5 hours or so, 3 hours. It wasn't until we got to the 9th and the Dodgers got up where I propped the computer up in front of me and was like, they left how many runners in scoring position? Wait, like I'm looking like they left. Is this in like every game against the Dodgers? This was just last night.
They deserve to lose.
Yeah, they had no.
And then in the 9th inning, whoever the left-hander was for the Cardinals, you're in there and you walk. I know he's got a reputation for what he's done the last couple of years, but this year, right now, as we speak, Cody Bellinger is the worst batter on the team. And you walk him with 2 outs. Cardinals in every way fashionable deserve to lose, but I could care less about them. We'll get it done. All right, get the hell out the way, St. Louis. We'll do the dirty work, and we'll get these guys out of here.
12-0, the Dodgers are in games started by Max Scherzer.
Max Scherzer has not pitched well his last few starts. He's set up right now to make one start for sure in Game 3, and possibly, depending how the series goes, how the game is going, he may make a bullpen appearance in Game 5. If we get there, but it's Logan Webb, Walker Buehler, Game 1 at Oracle. It's about to go down.
We'll talk a lot more about the Dodgers and the Giants on 49er Friday tomorrow. There's another NBA story out, not pertaining to the Kings. In fact, this is a frustrating NBA story that I'm sure a lot of you came across this morning. We'll dive into that a little bit, and we will get back to the Kings. There's some other thoughts that we have on the Kings, including after these first 2 games. Have you changed your mind at all for those of you who may have been a bit pessimistic about the season? Are you feeling a little bit better? We'll dive into that next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You could ride if you need to.
Okay, let me slide.
John Bull, we appreciate you, man. I see you, John Bull. I just got the email alert, man. Thanks, bro. That's very, very nice of you. John Bull got his Chatty House tea. Oh, got the D-Lo and KC original too. Okay. I like it. It's good stuff, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it to no end. That's awesome. Awesome. Oh, man. I should be doing the house show right now, but our schedule's a little off. So probably no house show, 13th round today. But appreciate y'all checking out these teas. I'm meeting with the dope ones right after the show to figure out some new things that we could add. We got some pretty good prices on this. We got some pretty good prices over here too. I just want to point that out. These are some solid prices. I looked at how much John Bull's t-shirt cost. I was like, man, what code did John Bull have? I was like, oh, that's the cost of the t-shirt. That's what's up. Appreciate it. Oh, let's see. Wouldn't you rather go through the Dodgers, though? Imagine how good that series is. Yeah, he definitely wants to play the Dodgers. What do you, he just likes seeing the Dodgers lose. He wanted to laugh at them losing to the Cardinals. I think that's the only reason. I saw something here from our man Dave Garcia. Yeah, 209's finest for Chelsea Gray. Yes, indeed. Duke's finest as well, or at least one of Duke's finest.
I gotta go to I need to kind of clean out my closet, man.
Jesse, she's from Hayward, by the way. Is that what you said? I don't know. I trusted Dave Garcia.
Hayward's still 510.
No, Dave said it was 209.
That's Stockton.
I thought Stockton was 209 too.
Yeah, Hayward is still.
Maybe she lived in Stockton. Trying to remember where she got recruited from. I don't remember what school she went to. Oh yeah, she went to St. Mary's. That's why. I was like, what school out of Hayward did she get recruited from?
Let's see here. Yes, indeed. Shout out to Hayward. Shout out to Harder Street. Shout out, to the Harder.
The Rock from Hayward?
I think so.
I mean, he's from everywhere, but I feel like he was actually from Hayward, California. Galt?
Galt is a little. That's a good call. Galt is a little farther than I realized. It feels like Galt is closer, but it's not.
We'll dive back into the Kings coming up here in just a few minutes. I don't want to steal your hype though. You got anything more that you want to talk about the Giants? You want to save it for tomorrow? You want to save that game one energy? I don't want to cut off your excitement and your let's go. I don't want to do none of that.
One thing that I will say, I like what he's done so far. The moves that he makes. I like the way he evaluates talent. But for the next week or so, me and Monty McNair, we ain't cool.
Yeah. How about that twist of events?
Whose side is he on?
Well, I if I was quicker with the buttons and had taken the cue that you had given me, I would have hit it. But I'm over here messing
in my man Monty McNair, but that's okay. That's okay. Monty, if you're listening, we're not all perfect. I understand that. You get the drafts right. You get your transaction moves right. If the worst thing you do is get your baseball team wrong, you'll do just fine here in Sacramento.
This might be the most watched divisional series in history. This is going to be a monster.
It might be.
This is going to be an absolute monster.
Now, the thing about it is, do they care on the East Coast? I feel like they don't. They understand the rivalry or whatever the case may be, but they don't grasp the intensity of the rivalry here because they're like, well, it ain't Yankees Red Sox, which is a bit of a different animal. You know what I mean? If I had to put it on the scale of intense rivalries, Yankees Red Sox is a 10. Giants Dodgers. I mean, I want to say it's a 10, but it can't be the same as Red Sox Yankees. But I don't know. Maybe it is. It's no lower than a 9. But
sure.
But we're all over it here on the West Coast. On the East Coast, I don't know if they're going to be tripping off of it too much. They need to. because I've made the argument before that Giants-Dodgers is the best real rivalry in baseball, even better than Yankees-Red Sox. Because for the most part, for the better part of 50, 60, 70 years, one team dominated that. It was clear as day. One team dominated. The Red Sox, yeah, they hated each other, but it wasn't like the Red Sox were doing anything about it. Giants-Dodgers has been evenly played pretty much the entire time.
And I think the fact that these two teams have been the best two teams in baseball all year plays a part in all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess there's we talk about, well, people on the East Coast care. Maybe the question is ESPN going to care?
Because it's the Dodgers.
Good point.
Yeah.
It's Los Angeles. That's right. Good point. Good
Yeah,
point.
they
Fair
love
enough.
the Dodgers.
They do. Indeed, they do.
I want all this smoke. I'm ready for it. Once again, somebody was talking earlier, like, oh, you don't seem confident. I'm very confident. I'm not delusional. Dodgers are a great team. Giants could obviously win that series. I'm not saying it's in the bag. If the Giants were playing the Cardinals, that would be in the bag. I'm not saying it's in the bag with the Dodgers, but I'm ready for everything. I'm ready for everything.
All right. We'll be talking a lot about that tomorrow, of course, as game one is tomorrow night. Of course, we'll talk about the 49ers and Cardinals as well. By the way, and we'll dive into this before we leave for a couple of minutes. We got a real Thursday night football game tonight.
We do.
Coincidentally, Thursday night football is on Fox. So gone are the days of the Jaguars and the Jets or whatever these horrible matchups are, and on are the days of the Rams and the Seahawks.
Big time game right there.
On Thursday night.
That's a big time game right there.
We'll talk about that in just a little bit. We'll talk about that in the final hour. That's a blue chipper right there. That's going to be the man. That's going to be the man right there.
I don't know why that makes me laugh so much. That's blue chipper right there.
That's I feel like I have to explain some of our wrestling references. That's what JR called a very, very young Dwayne Johnson the first time he brought. Now that's going to be the man right there. That's blue chipper right there. University of Miami defensive end.
The other thing that's interesting about that is they usually don't, at least back then, they didn't just it felt like they didn't debut regular people and be like, oh, he's going to be great in this industry. It was always like a character, like, what was that? But Rocky Maivia was just kind of Rocky Maivia. He was this kid who had these physical gifts, and he talked about him as if he was a football recruit. Like that's
what they were trying to do, because they were trying to tell the story of like his family, third generation wrestler, Rocky Johnson, High Chief Peter Maivia. It was part of the story they were telling, is he's this kind of like not far off what they did with Randy Orton, in that he has this great lineage of wrestling in his blood. And we're telling you right now, he's going to be the man, and he's out here with this wild hairdo, and he's smiling, and he's going to win the match. And
and that fan said, "Die, Rocky, die."
That's the gratitude I get.
Die, Rocky.
Pieces of crap.
How you gonna chant "Die, Rocky, die"?
Yo, for those who watch like movies with The Rock in it, like go back and watch, like Google like The Rock 1997 and listen to the way he talks. It's so bizarre. He has this weird like inflection and tone to his voice. He's damn near Salem's borderline Southern. If you smell what The Rock is cooking, yeah, it's weird to go back and listen to.
And
The Rock does not age well.
Animated too.
I say that, yeah.
Later in time, he gets overly animated. It's like, calm down. Dwayne, calm down.
Still, one of the funniest lines is the Booker T line, where he says he's out waiting for school and the bus comes to pick him up. Meet. Me. I don't know why that's so funny to me, but him talking to Booker T like he's just an idiot just makes me laugh.
Yeah, it's hit or miss with The Rock in the 90s and 2000s.
100%. And we'll try to transition as we're laughing there about Blue Chipper. This frustrating story that what a good segue would be here is to remind everybody that you're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We're live on the Odyssey app. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. And, of course, we're live on 1320 AM in Northern California. We'll dive back into the Kings, including, curious to get your thoughts on this, 916-349-1320. If you were pessimistic before you saw the team play a couple of times, we're not asking you to overreact to the two games, just asking if you were pessimistic, are you feeling a little more optimistic about what you saw? And we have some questions related to a couple of guys that we didn't think would be on the team now. So we'll talk about that again coming up here in just a couple of minutes. But we didn't want to let the day pass without bringing up this story of the 18 former NBA players who have been arrested and charged federally for defrauding the NBA's health and welfare benefit plan.
Jeez.
Out of approximately $4 million. Now, if this story sounds familiar, it's because it is. You read a very, very similar story with retired NFL players just maybe a week or two ago. And there are names in here that you know, including Glenn Big Baby Davis. I think Darius Miles is in here. I think Tony Allen is in here. There's a couple of names that you know, and it's
Sacramento King Terrance Williams is in that. Sebastian Telfair. I don't mean this as any type of joke.
Yeah.
But, isn't he already in jail?
Oh, I don't know. Is he still?
I felt like he was in jail because something happened with his a couple of young ladies, the mother of his child. I felt like right now he was in jail. Maybe he got out already, but that's just tough. Jeez.
You talk about not living up to the hype. Man, Sebastian Telfair might be the poster child of not living up to the hype. There's obviously, I think there's a lot of questions that should be asked. They've only released so much information regarding the story, and I know the first thing people will look at is the amount of money guys made during their career, and why are they trying to defraud, healthcare systems or NBA healthcare, benefit plans and different things like that. And while I don't know all of the details of this particular situation with these guys, I am concerned that we've seen essentially the same exact story in two major sports in a very short period of time.
Wow.
And I mean, if you ask me to guess if Big Baby took care of his money, I'd probably guess no. I certainly don't know. Tony Allen, I would tend to think, might be a little bit sharper than a guy like, and maybe it wasn't even about, they're broke, they need money. Maybe it was just about stacks on stacks on stacks. If I can make more money, I'll make more money.
Right.
But these are frustrating stories to read about, man. I'm more concerned. I'm significantly more concerned about the NFL one, because I think the NFL one was those. I think the NFL has cut off a lot of their veterans, a lot of their alum, a lot of the guys who have, as we all know, and I don't think this is an exaggerated term, scrambled their brains playing that sport.
Right. And
I think that was a part of the last collective bargaining agreement. As a matter of fact, I think Richard Sherman was the one who told us that. Richard Sherman was the one who was public. Like, I will tell everybody who will listen to me, this collective bargaining agreement that the NFL players are about to sign is trash. It's trash for us now, and it's trash for the men who played this game. I don't know that that's what's going on in the NBA, but again, the fact that we've seen this story twice in the last handful of months is certainly concerning.
And I don't. It's tough, man. I don't want to say nothing crazy, but man, to get arrested, you know what I mean, in something like this, like if that's a possibility when you're kind of weighing out the options to do something like this, I don't know. I feel like it's not even worth it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just not interested, if I'm one of these guys, but you never know if they're feeling like they have no other choice or, they're desperate or low for money. But I mean, these are guys that, some of these guys made some money in the league. Darius Miles made some money in the league. Feels like Allen Anderson. I remember him. He made some money. Shannon Brown. Even Sebastian Telfair made some money in this league. So that's
I'm looking at I'm looking at some of these things, and it legitimately I don't even know that they had no other options as much as let's try to game the system.
Mm-hmm.
Like looking at I mean, looking at like Tony Allen filed a claim for a root canal on the same teeth that he had a root canal done on 4 years ago. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't. It's I guess it's just gaming the system when you have corrupt people involved in it, and you didn't think anybody would notice.
Right. Yeah.
And again, I don't know if it's people needing the money, but it doesn't look like that. It legit looks like let's just take advantage of what we have here, which is that's a shame, because I don't think that's what happened in the NFL.
Right. I think I'm with you. I think that's two different situations, and the NFL, that's a whole nother bag of tricks. As far as taking care of people who, are, like you mentioned, their bodies are just done. You know what I mean? And they still got, hopefully, praying to God, they've got another 30, 40 years to live. You know what I mean? And the NFL cutting them off where they can't get their knee right or their hip right or their brain right or something like that. That's kind of crazy. Like you said, here in the NBA, in this particular situation, it just kind of feels like they were trying to hit a lick.
Well, I know that story was circulating all over social media, so we wanted to bring it to your attention, let you know that we saw it, and I mean, I don't know what to do with it, but it's there. I know what we could do with the Kings, though. The Kings are 2-0. We've obviously talked a lot about that today after the Kings 113-98 victory over the Los Angeles Clippers last night. 2 more preseason games before the regular season gets underway. Next preseason game, by the way, going to have to wait a couple of days, not till Monday. So the Kings will be back in action on Monday, and
that condensed schedule, what I'm saying, where they're playing every other day. The hell with their bodies.
For our benefit, yes, for our benefit, we want them. But of course, it does us no benefit though for them to play Friday or Saturday. Like, what are we gonna do? Come on, man. We want to be here together. Like, we want to talk about it together. We want to live in the excitement. Back-to-back preseason games. That'll go over really, really well with the players for sure. Back-to-back preseason games. That'll go over really well. Let's ask this question. Hey, Kenny, we kind of feel the same in that we're taking the optimistic approach to the upcoming season, and we actually genuinely believe that the Kings made moves to improve. Like they made moves that'll make them a better team this season. But a lot of people didn't, and I understand why. A lot of that has to do with Marvin Bagley and Buddy Hield still being on the roster. Again, and we'll get to that conversation here in just a few minutes. But if you were pessimistic headed into the season, like if you were pessimistic a week ago, are you still today? Are you a little bit more optimistic today? Do you believe what you've seen in these last 2 games is, I mean, for lack of a more creative word, like it's real, like it's sustainable, like it'll carry over against Portland's and Utah's and Denver's and Golden States and all of those, the full version of those teams? Do you think that this stuff carries over? So I'm curious how you're feeling at 916-349-1320, or of course, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You could jump on Twitch and jump in the chatty house and let us know what you're thinking. Because you and I, we took the approach of this is it. It has to be it. They have to get it right this time.
Absolutely. My expectations haven't changed by any means. What I feel like this team is capable of has gone up a little bit. And I'm tempering everything because I know it's the preseason or whatever the case may be. But this doesn't necessarily translate to regular season success. But I do like that they're doing what they're supposed to do against certain competition. What I mean by that is Phoenix had the second string in, the Clippers had the second string in, and then the third string. and the Kings beat the hell out of them. Like I would be concerned if they were struggling or couldn't hit shots or couldn't get stops against the backups. I'd be like, oh man. But kind of like 49ers against the Lions. Like, you should beat the hell out of the Lions. Should put up 41. That's what the Kings are doing right now when you have Tyrese Halliburton out there and DeAaron. They're beating the hell out of these guys. So that's a positive sign. But I also just finally get a chance to see this team together on the court, see what it looks like, see them get up and down the court, see them play defense, move the ball on offense. And I just like what they have out there. They got at least 10 NBA players. 10 of those guys on that team for sure, maybe 12. Actually, they probably got 11. 11 of those guys for sure. If they were traded somewhere else, they'd get minutes and they'd be in the rotation on other teams, on pretty much every other team in the league. And you couldn't say that going into last year. And I was wrong about some of it because, I liked Hassan Whiteside for what they got him for. I liked Glenn Robinson the third. I like Lil Dog. You know what I mean? I thought he was going to be able to do something. Neither one of those guys are in the league right now. Or maybe Hassan is somewhere. But I know Glenn isn't. Bielitsa, he signed with the Warriors, but Bielitsa quit here. He wasn't ready to play.
Sure did.
All you really had was Kojo. And now I'm talking about there's 11 guys on the team that could play across this league. That's a big improvement. And I think the way not only they're able to field that type of talent on the court, but it seems like they are committed so far to playing together. I think the combination of the two has me feeling a little bit better than what I originally thought from this team in the offseason.
And I think we've already I think one of the biggest things fans who may have been pessimistic that would gravitate to is we've won DeAaron yesterday. Mm-hmm. Any question about whether he can do what he did last year again had to be erased. The apparent growth in Tyrese Halliburton just as a floor leader, if nothing else, I understand he was 2 of 8 yesterday, and I don't think he was even particularly sharp in the Phoenix game, but we've seen 2 separate games where we're reminded, because he didn't finish last season. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of a reminder to us like, oh yeah, Tyrese is in complete control when he's out there.
Right. And
then Davion, like you for a while, I think Monday it was, Davion is as good as advertised. Feels like today, Davion's better than advertised. Davion's that bargain. Like you can get over at DeLoandKC.com. Like that's what Davion is. He's that bargain. Like, okay, we knew he was good, but now we're seeing some like anything. It almost feels like anything Davion does on the offensive end is a bonus. Like not expecting him to go out there and do the Dennis Rodman stat line that we gave her, that's 20 rebounds, 0 points, like nothing along those lines, or 20 rebounds, 0 points. But for him to be, what was he last night shooting? Like 5 of 9,
10 points, 3 of 3 from beyond the arc.
You get all of that stuff, plus what he does defensively.
Ooh. Don't get me hyped.
Now all of a sudden you've got one of, if not the most complete players on the roster. Mm-hmm. And not the scoring threat that DeAaron Fox is. Maybe not the overall player that DeAaron is, but man, solid.
Davion is perfect, and he's in a perfect role for this team. Not asking him to do too much on the offensive end, so he can really lock in on the defensive end. Mm-hmm. And if he would have gone to, I don't know, just say for instance, if he would have went to Orlando, instead of Suggs, he would have been asked to probably start at the point guard, or maybe he would have played behind Cole Anthony. I'm just saying with this particular Kings team, he doesn't have the pressure of having to score. He doesn't have the pressure of that having to be, one of the top rookies or be rookie of the year or anything else like that. He can just worry about playing basketball the way that he knows how to play basketball. And that alone can be beneficial to this team. Because if he's just like, hey, just be a defender out here. We've got enough guys that can put the ball in the basket, lead our defense whenever you're out there, anchor it whenever you're out there. He's like, I can do that. That's all you need? Cool, I can do that. But if you need, I can give a little wiggle on the offensive end and get to the cup. I can hit a knockdown 3-point shot. I can hit one off the bounce. He has that in his bag, ready and willing to go. So I feel like this Sacramento situation is perfect for Davion. Perfect.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this Sacramento situation for this Davion Mitchell situation with the Sacramento Kings fans is perfect as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because Deuce said this to us a couple of minutes ago. How many standing ovations is that dude going to get at the Golden One Center this year? Imagine that. And that's just against Portland, or that's just against Utah in game number 1. But imagine the Paul George play at the Golden One Center in a meaningful game.
Yeah. That's
crazy.
During the game. Let me know you listen to D-Lo and KC and you know what time it is. Davion, stop somebody. Yeah.
What is that from again?
That's just what they do in basketball.
Oh, is it?
It's like basketball culture. When somebody's locking up like that or somebody turns it over, they just start clapping. Yeah. Yeah. They do it with that infliction.
Yes. Do that at the Golden One Center, please. I need everybody to do that at the Golden One Center. But I don't think it's going to be that reserved. It's going to be a roar.
Yeah, do that. Everybody, 17,000 do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. When it's Davion against Donovan, when it's Davion against Steph, when it's Davion against Dame, when it's Davion against one of those guys.
That's gonna be lit. It's crazy because isn't Donovan like his boy? I thought people thought they were related at one point, but I don't think they're related. But I think they like Donovan took notice of Davion. Didn't he wear like a Baylor jersey to his game last year?
Okay.
I feel like he did. So there may be a relation there. I'm not sure, but that's the way we starting it off.
Use that relationship to your advantage. Wait. First game at the Golden One Center, put Donovan Mitchell on the board in Davion's jersey. If that really happened, get that picture on the big screen. I got another question for you. It relates to Marvin and Buddy as well, and a what if scenario for the Sacramento Kings. Got that coming up. Talk a little bit about that Thursday night football game as well. Some notes that we got out of 49ers practice. All that coming up here. We'll be with you till the top of the 4 o'clock hour on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Man, sorry. I'm sorry my head's down, man. I'm trying to fix something on the website, and it's taking a long time.
You all right?
John Bull got a shirt for a price that no one else on the planet is going to get.
Oh my!
I saw the receipt. I was like, all right. I was like, wait, what kind of deal is that? I text Donnie. He got the John Bull legit got one of Kenny's 50% off coupons, and I text Donnie. I was like, Donnie, is this right? And Donnie's like, nope. I'm like, well, John Bull, that dude.
John Bull out here like Sebastian Telfair.
John Bull, that dude.
Hopping on them deals.
John, you got a 1 of 1, bro. You got a 1 of 1.
Hopping on them deals.
Ain't nobody else getting that. Let me go grab my juice, man.
Did come to a game in a Davion Mitchell jersey.
Put that on the big screen at the Golden One Center. I might be late. You might have to start without me.
All good. This is a game like saying this. We learned not true. The two are not related in any way other than their name and style of play. You know, the interesting thing about Donovan Mitchell is I didn't realize until people, brought it up around draft time that Donovan Mitchell's like 6'1". I didn't realize he was that short. It felt like, the way he plays the game, it feels like he's like 6'3" at least, 6'3", 6'4", but he's like 6'1". It's crazy. He looks a lot bigger than Davion Mitchell, but maybe they're around the same size. Yes. Thursday night football. Got to get those picks in. You got about in 2 hours. Yeah, Marcus, so did I. He's like 6'1". Who? He's going to be a Celtic at the end of his contract. Oh, brother. I'd be sick. I want Tatum to leave Boston. You know that. That's my guy. That's my guy. I don't need him in that Celtics green, man. I don't even know. But the vitriol goes beyond that. I just never did. I don't know why. Why I like the Yankees? I like New York City, man. I like New York City. You know that, man. Love me some New York City. Ironically enough, I kind of like the Mets, too. Yeah. No, but Jesse's from California. Oh, that Boston love. But I do like the Mets, man. I do. They all right.
With you here until the top of the hour on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on 1320 AM. If you want to jump in on the phone lines, talk Kings basketball, you most definitely can. If you want to talk about Giants baseball, you want to talk about anything, man, you can hit us up, 916-349-1320. I just realized we got into a baseball discussion and Ramsey didn't call.
I know.
Is it the first time that's ever happened?
Maybe Ramsey's driving or something like that.
He might be. Who knows?
Real quick, because we're gonna really get back heavy on the Kings. This isn't funny because it could have been a serious incident. Did you see Draymond's running knee yesterday?
Yes.
Jesus, what part of defense is that?
That's Draymond Green.
Poor Austin was down, and Draymond just walks away. Dum-dee. Of
course,
fam.
That's Draymond. I saw it, Morgan posted it. That's how I saw it. And she posted it with a Daniel Bryan gift that I had never seen before. And the two moves mirror each other. It's like, oh, wow, that looks exactly like what Draymond just did. But, he's a heady defender, that Draymond Green is.
Well, yeah, he is. He's so past his prime.
I guess when you get older, you just start taking dudes out.
That's the first sign.
Of course, it's Austin Rivers, so there could be something else to this besides.
That's true too.
With Austin, you never know. Sometimes you got to give guys sometimes you got to give the other guy the benefit of the doubt when it's Austin Rivers.
Why does his name Vance Worley? Who does he play? He's a baseball player, I think. But Donovan Metcalf, as we talk about Donovans and Davion's, he says, "Casey, did you know Vance Worley when you were at CKM?" I don't think so. That name sounds familiar, though.
Name Buddy Hield sound familiar?
Shavano does.
Yes, that's the name in the chat. He is not Buddy in the chat house. He is
Buddy all right with me, man, right now. I know a lot of people on his head right now. Yeah, all right.
Marvin, too.
Yeah. Marvin, yeah, definitely all right with Marvin.
Hit you with a hypothetical then. Since we're talking Marvin, since we're talking Buddy, we didn't expect Marvin or Buddy to be here. Now, we didn't expect them to be here as the season gets underway. What if the team starts well? What if, and let me define what well is. What if 16-11 11. 5 games under. That's 5 games above 16 and 11. That is, in fact, 5. Thank you. 5 games above 500.
27 games into the season.
But we're getting closer and closer. I mean, we still have ways 27 games into the season, but I feel like 0-3 start, 1-4 start, 2-5 start, something like that. When are we trading Buddy? When are we trading Marvin? When are we trading Buddy and Marvin? Why Monty, do something.
Yeah.
We talked about this earlier. Winning cures everything. Like winning changes everything. Well, does that trade noise quiet down if the team is 27 games into the season and playing really well?
I think so. And I think it should. If they got a good thing going right there, I'd be leery of messing with it. Now, if I did mess with, like, a deal came around that, I had to make at that particular time, assuming that Marvin Bagley's healthy and he's played 27 of those games, 26 to 27, whatever the case may be.
That's a good point too. That's a good point. Yeah.
I would be more apt to moving Buddy than Bagley. And if it was like the universal deal, that person have to be really good. Really good.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I couldn't move him for, just a role player. It'd have to be for a starter. Preferably at the power forward position, because I don't see it being anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So if they got off to a good start like that, I'd be okay with them standing pat and seeing what happened with this particular unit.
Okay, so the other end of the spectrum, then, what if the start is below 500? Are they still the top 2 targets? Or are we out on Buddy no matter what? Like, what if, and this is coming from me, what if he plays well? Or, and he's going to have a new role.
Mm-hmm.
What if he plays well?
If he plays well and they're not winning, I'd still move him. Because even him playing at his best is not resulting in wins. And more than just Buddy, if they're not playing well, remember, we've always said everybody's on the hot seat. Changes need to be made.
Yep.
So when you talk about changes,
but those changes are going to come later.
They could come then. If they're off to a bad start, it could come with.
Well, I guess you're right.
With Buddy Hield. Hell, at that point, as much as we love them, it could come with Harrison Barnes. You know what I mean? If they're not playing well, Marvin Bagley. So there's going to be some upheaval if they don't play, and I don't think Buddy would be safe from that. But my first instinct is if they're playing well, like you said, 16 and 11. Let's see where this goes. Let's see how this rides out. I think at that particular time, off the top of my head, maybe you're in mid-January. You got some time to figure out if you want to trade or what you want to do.
I don't know what's you mentioned bringing a starter back, right? And a guy who start, if Marvin is moved, if in the universal scenario, in the universal offer scenario. Mm-hmm. But with Buddy, is there and if I haven't thought of it, you can hit us with it. I don't feel like there is a better deal out there than the one that didn't happen, than the one that almost happened, unless which you talk about, just bring this whole thing for full circle. Unless somehow you could get Dante DiVincenzo for Buddy Hield, unless somehow that offer is out there. I don't know what's available. And even in the Dante DiVincenzo part, at what point does this come a bit repetitive? Like, I get guys, you want guys who can do certain things. I completely understand that. But at what point where it's like, okay, Monty, enough. Like, we get it. We know you got it tight, bro. I got it. Like, enough. Like, stop. Like, Dante DiVincenzo at the time of the failed, bogey deal, loved it. Dante DiVincenzo today, it's like, well, why though?
Yeah, I don't want to say you don't need him,
Yeah.
You've kind of
not like you did. Yeah.
You've kind of figured that out there between Tyrese, Terrance Davis, and Davion Mitchell.
We're trying to hold it. I just want Monty to hold a press conference. We're trying to hold teams to 80. That's why we acquired Donte DiVincenzo, because we're trying to hold teams to 80 points. That's our goal.
I'm trying to think about that strategy. Not bad. Not bad.
Is it a hot take to say, because I kind of do feel like this, that Buddy's going to finish the season here? Is that hot?
I don't think it's a hot take. To your point, I don't think right now the landscape of the league, there's not a deal out there really.
That's what I mean. Like,
I don't feel like there's a deal out there.
I thought the Kuzma thing worked. I mean, I guess the Donte DiVincenzo thing will work. I just don't think it's needed. Not anymore, at least. I don't know what's out there where you could go, okay, this is, of course, I'm not a general manager of a basketball team, so what the hell do I know? But I don't know that there's a deal out there where you go, man, this is the one. This works. This is the, now, bear with me. This is the equivalent of, the Jason Williams for Mike Bibby deal, in that it's an upgrade. It's a move we make. I'm not talking in terms of beloved. I'm talking about this is an upgrade here. Yeah. I don't know that like realistically, I don't think that exists. So the best spot for Buddy to be, or the best spot for the Sacramento Kings, might be to have Buddy here in this new, at least we think, new bench role.
Now, let me ask this question. If they do decide to keep him here, do you see a scenario where he loses that spot? And we talked about it earlier in the show about how, regardless of if I think Terrance Davis is better or playing better or whatever the case may be, Buddy Hield's making $20 million a year. They're going to give him every single opportunity to succeed in this role. Do you think there comes a time when Luke, Monty, whoever's conspiring on that call, will sit there and be like, look, man, we can't do this anymore. Terrance Davis is playing better. He's earned those minutes. If Buddy's getting 25 minutes a night and Terrance is getting 10, let's flip that. Terrance is going to get those 25, and Buddy is just going to kind of get in where he can fit in. Do you ever see a scenario where that happens?
Sure, absolutely. And it's the scenario you just laid out, though, which I don't. You said it is almost if it's a given, and I don't think that it is. If Terrance Davis is out playing Buddy Hield, what would be the reason? But Terrance Davis isn't getting them. If the object is to win, regardless of Buddy making $20 million, or I mean,
reason to me, like
you can't play him because of that. You can't play him if you're getting outplayed by someone else in your position. In this conversation, Terrance Davis, then yeah, you do the flip flop of minutes. If you have a better opportunity to win with Terrance Davis, you could have sold me, and I still don't believe it, but you could have sold me that Buddy was played last year and never, Tyrese Halliburton was never put in as the full-time starter because of showcasing, because of just finishing the season, staying packed, because of $24 million. Like you could have sold me on that. Again, I still don't believe it. You can't do that this year. The goal has been universally stated. We're going to the postseason.
Yeah.
We're going to the postseason. If it's a play-in, we're going to try to, the goal is to get through the play-in. The goal is to get to the postseason. The goal is to keep playing and get further and further and further than we've been in a decade and a half. You can't do that and also manage the, and deal with the angry contract gods.
Right.
You can't serve those two masters. Now, I don't know that there's a situation where over the long term, you watch Buddy and Terrance play and you go, oh, Terrance Davis is a better option for the remainder of the season with 20 plus minutes than Buddy Hield is.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do, you've got to make the switch. And the $22.4 million can't be a factor. That's how you stay losing. When you factor in 22.4, when you factor in the remaining $60 million, that's how you continue to miss the playoffs.
Doesn't matter if they're winning. So 16-11, and Buddy is playing like he played last night. Do you still just kind of ride it even though last night happens. Last night is the 27th game of the year, and they go 16-11. And Terrance Davis comes out there and gets 15 points or whatever in 11 minutes. Buddy is shooting brick after brick. Do you still just say, well, I mean, Terrance Davis is playing better, but
no, because in that situation, I feel like it fits what you first said. Terrance Davis is outplaying Buddy, and therefore you make the switch. Like it's good. Can you, like, if you can point to Buddy and say he's the reason this happened, and I can do that last night. I don't think Buddy is a reason that the Kings won. I don't think he's a reason that they blew out the Clippers, but the one stretch of basketball where the shots really started to fall for him were when the Kings created separation. And I go back to that constant question I ask with the thought of Buddy Hield. Is that all you're waiting for? Do you deal with the 0 for 6 because you just know he's going to keep shooting and that 3 of 5 might be coming or the 3 of 6 might be coming? And if you can get that and those shots are timely, then all of a sudden you can stretch a 2-point lead, throw a few other, notes in there into a 14-point lead.
Wow.
And you can stretch things out a little bit. My concern is this, and I know it's not just me. It's everybody listening. It's every Kings fan. It's everybody in the chat house. It's all 17,000 people that are going to be at the Golden One Center. There are moments in a game when you know what Buddy's going to do. You saw one last night. Buddy has this incredible ability to sprint at full speed with the ball in his hands and come to a sudden stop right at that 3-point line.
Yeah.
He did it and you're watching it. He's gonna shoot. There ain't another King on the court that's gonna see the ball right now. And you can see it, and you can see there are certain plays where and maybe these are plays that are run for him. Again, we established this earlier. The hell do I know? There are certain plays where Buddy passes the ball off and he's fighting so aggressively to get it back. He's looking for that shot.
It's crazy.
He is looking for that shot where there is that half inch of separation. And the second he touches the ball again, he's pulling up. I don't want to say that he's predictable.
No, he is.
But he's like a pitcher who tips his pitch. You could say, he's throwing a fastball right here. Like, exactly what he's doing.
I'll tell you this. There are times, you play a pickup game or you play in a league game or whatever, school, whatever. And I know I would do this. You'd see a guy, and maybe some of it was to play with his head a little bit, but we also knew what time it was. Somebody get the ball. I'm on defense. Somebody get the ball. I'll be like, hey, it's going up. It's going up. Don't worry about denying hard on the wings. It's going up. Yeah. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's times when you just mentioned, I can see Buddy Hield, and I would tell my guy, it's going up. This is not a pass situation. It's going up. So play him for the shot. All you other guys, you can cheat off your guy a little bit, get ready to board because it's going up. And yeah, I would really love it if Buddy Hield took those screens, come off those screens that Morgan was talking about earlier, and go downhill to the bucket a couple times. If he just watched the film and say they ran that play for him, or a play like that for him 6 times in a game. If 2 of those times he gave a little hesitation and attacked the basket, I feel like it'd be wide open. And it not only would be a bucket, but I feel like that would open his game up so much. But like I said as well when Morgan was bringing it up, he's just not going to do it. We've seen it for 2-3 years now. He's not going to do it.
If our people at the Kings called us and said, "Hey, we got Buddy on the live stream. He wants to talk, but you can only ask him one question, but he'll answer. He's gonna answer you just dead honest. What would you ask him? Because I legit would ask him, do you think you do anything well in this game? What do you think you do best in basketball? Or something along those lines.
That's a great question, by like a great scenario brought up by you. Because I don't know. I don't want to waste that one question.
It's got to be a good one. You get one question only, and he's going to answer it honestly.
I don't know if this will be a good one, but I'd ask him, why don't you ever take the ball to the basket?
And maybe that's a more direct way of asking what I'm trying to ask him.
Like, why you always just shoot threes?
Maybe that's the question too.
Why? And this would, maybe I could sneak different scenarios and questions into the one question, because I'd be like, because in the best season you ever had, you mixed it up. You shot threes, you got to the basket, you got to the line, and now your numbers have gone down, and that's coincided with you shooting nothing but 3-pointers. Why do you keep doing that? Why not look back to the best season you ever had and try to replicate the way you were playing basketball back then?
Like your 3-point percentage has gone down the more 3-pointers you have taken. You were at your most effective when you had a slightly more even distribution of the way you shot the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Why have you gone away from that? Why do you appear now to be exclusively a 3-point shooter? Is there another? I don't know if Will Z is in here. I don't even know how you'd find this out, but if there's a way to find it out, Will Z probably could. Is there another player in the league that's even remotely close to Buddy Hield in terms of percentage of field goals taken that are 3-pointers? Because he has to be the highest in the league.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I can't imagine there's anybody close to him.
I'd be dying to know who's second, because at one point, like, I feel, and I don't remember what it was, like when Deuce first asked the question last year, it was a shocking, it was a really, because he had given like year-to-year percentages, and at that point in the season, it was a noticeably higher number than the years prior.
Yeah.
Now I feel it's noticeably higher than when Deuce first brought it up.
It is.
Like, I feel like we're somewhere in like the 70 to 80% range of the number of field goals he takes that are threes.
Yeah. It's baffling. And I watch his game, and he is skilled as an offensive player. He's a scorer by nature, but I just feel he could be more efficient, and that would help his overall game out if he had more variety to what he was trying to do on the offensive end. He may answer back. I don't know, because we're not in the locker rooms, we're not in the meeting rooms. He may answer back, I only shoot threes because Luke wants me to shoot nothing but threes.
I mean, it's hard to knock that. I mean, Luke has co-signed it on multiple occasions, including Monday. Like, he just did it. Like, we're not talking about last year. He just co-signed this Monday, and he praised the. That's where I get frustrated with my coach is Buddy took some bad shots Monday. Like, it's I maybe they're not as bad as previous Buddy shots, but when we were doing the show and I'm looking at, like, yeah, there's some trash in here. Like, there's some legit just trying to get some heat, and you don't have to praise him for all of those.
I agree 100%, but now we're getting into is territory, because what was the conversation after the bubble, if you can remember back then, with Buddy Hield and the way he was coached by Luke Walton? Don't make him dribble so much. Have him do nothing but come off screens like Duncan Robinson. Use him at best. They tried that. Damon, you've seen it the last 2 nights. I've been saying it for the last year plus. This guy's getting wide open shots. Like, he's not shooting with a hand in his face too often, and he's just bricking them. Like, even if you're saying, like, almost if you're Luke Walton and you want to be like, hey, tell him to stop shooting threes, attack the basket. Sometimes when he does that, everybody's in the lane. Like, there's not anybody around him to go by and get to the cup, get to the lane. It's a wide open 3-point shot, and he's just bricking them. So I don't know what you do with Buddy Hield. My inclination wouldn't be to Like, I think people, kind of be drastic with it and be like, if he takes another 3, then you bench him. Like, I wouldn't do that. And that's not how the NBA works. I would try to remind him, like, hey,
Maybe
get to the cup. If it's not falling, you can do that. But at the end of the day, he's either going to listen or not listen.
maybe we could get Dave Yeager to yell at him again.
Mm.
Remember when Dave Yeager yelled at him, and the next possession, he didn't take the shot? Like the one 3 in his entire life he should have taken. He didn't because Dave yelled at him.
Yeah.
On a shot that he made.
Maybe Dave can come back. Put him on the bench.
Maybe he could.
With Doug is the Marvin whisperer. Yeager could be the Buddy whisperer.
I don't hear that that's a thing.
There, Will Z's in here. Said Buddy ended last year at 13th with 72.7%.
That's I don't believe that. Who was number 1 then? And how many threes did they take? That's I need a follow up. Compare, but he has some more stats for us. Remind me to bring Philadelphia back up. Oh, that's a different Will. Damn it, we've got too many Wills in here.
Bertans with first with 90% of his shots.
Wow.
Yeah, I could believe that.
All right, buddy. Hey, my bad, buddy. I'll just get back on the. I'm gonna come save Buddy, man. That's me.
Duncan Robinson.
72% feels really high.
Duncan Robinson, 82% of his attempts were threes. Now, here's the other thing about that, though.
I think Will Z and Will W are working together because Will W has stats compared to that was 59% the year before and 47.9% the year before that.
Well, the real question now is
all Wills work together.
Whose side are they on? That's the real question.
Who's the real Will?
Who's the real Earl Hefner out here?
Is that Will Z or is that Will Z?
Who is the real Will out here?
That's my favorite wrestling angle of all time. Speaking of wrestling, you brought up Dave Yeager. I know that seems like a crazy tie-in. There is one. AEW's in Philadelphia. AEW, for those who are unaware, All Elite Wrestling. It's on TNT on Wednesdays and Fridays. Philadelphia. I can't play the sound for you, but apparently, as they're gearing up for the taping, a packed house is yelling, F. Ben Simmons.
Come on, man.
That's the chant in Philadelphia at the AEW event.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
It is, but it's happening.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. There's another Will Z in here. What is going on?
No, that's the real Will Z, isn't it?
Well, this is the Will Z we know.
That's Twitch Will Z. You just brought up YouTube Will Z.
Oh, and the logo. I was about to say, wait a minute, man.
There's multiple.
Wait a minute.
See?
Wait a minute.
Come join the chat house community on youtube.com/ESPN1320. It is very much its own community. It's its own little world at times.
It is.
Its own little universe.
Real quick, to their point with Buddy and the percentages of threes and things of that nature. Bertans shot 39% from the field from 3. I don't think anybody here thinks Bertan was any good last year. Mm-hmm. I don't think he was. I don't remember him being any good. And Duncan Robinson's an interesting case because he shoots 40% from 3, and people love Duncan Robinson. They do. But his numbers are equivalent to that of Buddy Hield's, and it's not a good thing.
Bertans. This thing will stop refreshing, I can tell you.
Bertans.
No. Yeah, I see the numbers here. He's a hired gun. Yeah. I see the numbers, but
not a good year. And on top of that, he still shot better than Buddy Hield from 3.
He didn't shoot as many, but he went from basically 43% to 42%. He's down to 39.5%. His best year was the 2019-20 season. But yeah, I get it. Okay, he is essentially an exclusive 3-point shooter. So okay, I'll leave Buddy alone here at this point because.
And if that's what Buddy is willing to be coming off the bench, I keep saying I don't have a problem with that.
And that's probably the most important part.
Shooting guard. Now we got issues. You know what I mean? Now I need more out of that. But if he's coming off the bench and he's your hired gun there, then so be it.
And some of us may remember we ran those numbers last year. We ran those starting shooting guard numbers last year, and it was bad.
I hope
bad.
For pure transparency and to keep it, I hope all this turns around for Buddy Hield. I hope he catches fire and Stephen Brown can come on here and say, I told you he was elite. Like, sure. I don't have no problem with Buddy. I think this is a great role for him being on the bench. And I hope it works out. I'm not wishing for him to continue to struggle. Like, get hot, buddy. Let's go.
You want to talk Thursday night football tonight? I mean, it's got some. Oh, we should mention, obviously, this has 49ers ramifications as well. Tonight's game. It's the Rams and the Seahawks. We finally get a solid game. I do sneaky love the fact that the NFL puts all of the trash Thursday games really early before they move it to Fox. And then all of a sudden the first game on Fox is the juggernauts of the NFC West going against each other with the Rams and the Seahawks. So we'll get to that in just a minute. And obviously tomorrow's a 49er Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. So we'll be all in on the 49ers and Cardinals. And I'm pretty sure, I'm very, very confident by the time we take the air tomorrow, Jimmy Garoppolo will probably have been ruled out as the starting quarterback. I feel like that announcement is coming tomorrow morning. But the point being, no Jimmy Garoppolo today at practice.
Yeah, no Jimmy. I keep telling you, man, Kyle was just trying to play that role or whatever. He knew the whole time. When did he say that? On Monday? He hadn't ruled him out? He knew he wasn't playing.
That was Monday, yeah.
He knew he wasn't playing. He knew it was all Trey. He's been working on the Trey Lance offense and all things like that. And look, he's getting a little bit of a reprieve here. A little bit of a, I don't want to say pass, but the Kings are playing. Giants Dodgers is going to dominate tomorrow and throughout the weekend. He better take advantage of this while people aren't looking directly at him and put together a hell of a game plan for the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday, because they need a win. He needs a good performance, talking about Kyle Shanahan. And it would be great for them to get that going into the bye. I'm on record saying even in the pick'em, I didn't pick them to win because I just see this being a game where.
Oh, by the way, good call, Casey. Those in the D-Lo and Casey pick'em league, get your picks in.
Yeah, get your picks in. You want to get that game. You want to get that Thursday game. But I see this. I've seen it a lot of times. I see this being a situation where the Kings, the 49ers, play really well. They compete hard against Arizona on the road, and they end up losing a close game. That's kind of where I'm leaning towards for Sunday.
Remember Game Day with Kenny Caraway on Twitch, on YouTube, on Odyssey, and on 1320 AM. Starts at 11:25 on Sunday. You mentioned putting together the package for Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm assuming this isn't a Macho Man size package. Like, is this going to be like
for Trey Lance?
For Trey Lance, yeah. Sorry, is this where? Because he said on, I think it was Monday, it might have been Sunday night. Kyle Shanahan said earlier in the week he didn't. There was only they were kind of limited in what they could do with him. He wasn't prepped to start in this game. Do you think to use the kind of old line? Do you think the playbook is opened up a little bit, or do you think it's still pretty restricted?
It's a good question.
I mean, he hit Debo on that pass, and I've still not been told why Debo was open by 30 yards.
Well, the lack of communication from the Seahawks in the secondary, Jamal Adams, and also, I don't think that was a play action. I'm gonna have to pull that up. I don't think it was a play action, but if it was a play action, it was the Trey Lance effect, because you've got a guy that you have to respect what he can do running the football. And Jamal Adams got caught, whether it was a play action.
You mean a run pass option?
Yeah, RPO.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Whether that's what it was or not, Jamal Adams in his mind, he's thinking about, I got Trey Lance is in there now. I gotta focus. And that little, just him being on the field, messed with the communication for what the Seahawks were doing, and that led to Debo being wide open because Jamal had to worry about more than just Debo at that point. It was, oh man, we got the quarterback out here now that can move around. So,
well, last year,
Trey Lance effect just a little bit.
Well, last year, headed into the Arizona games, our focus was on Kyler Murray. Our focus was on the mobile quarterback. Now, and you'll tell me you're the head of this snake when it comes to covering when it comes to covering the San Francisco 49ers. Is the focus more on the defense this time around? Like, what Kyler is already. He's established himself. You know what he's capable of. You absolutely have to game plan for that. Now you're putting almost certainly a rookie quarterback there. Not only a rookie quarterback starting his first NFL game, probably most likely, but the defense of the Cardinals is improved over last year with key acquisitions that Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have to deal with last season.
Yeah, you got to be aware of some of the things they're doing on the defensive end. They're playing really good football on the defense end, but at the same time, they get after the quarterback, and that's all good. But they give it up on the defensive end. This isn't a defensive juggernaut in Arizona by any means.
No, but they're better.
They're better.
I thought they're better than they were last year, aren't they?
They're about the same, in my opinion.
Okay.
Now they get after the quarterback. Chandler Jones is a beast, or whatever the case may be. But you look at the point totals. I mean, think back to week 2 when the Vikings, were scoring almost at will against them. The Jags ran the ball down their throats for the better part of the third quarter and had a 10-point lead in that game in week 3. Last week, the Rams had success, but the defense for the Cardinals, they played better in that situation. So it can be had if you have the right game plan, and we'll see what Kyle can do with that.
Speaking of the Vikings, Kirk Cousins is leading. Like he's like top 5 in like all quarterback statistics.
That's crazy.
Like Kirk Cousins is somehow having a hell of a year. Like, why? Like why do you keep popping up? Like why are you still here? He keeps appearing. He's like the virus. He won't go away.
Scored like 6 points the other day. And for the record, I'm looking at it now. That was a RPO, the touchdown, Trey Lance to Debo.
So that's a unique element then to the Trey Lance game over the Jimmy Garoppolo game, and that's something you could take advantage of. The one thing I worry about with RPOs is you have to make them take advantage of it. You have to take advantage of it quickly, because if you start running that RPO and you're not connecting on passes, you're throwing the ball at George Kittle's feet. And I know I point out that it was one play, but you're making throws like that. Or worst case scenario, you're turning the ball over. Shoot, if I'm Arizona, I ain't even worried about you no more.
That's true.
I'm not even worried about the pass part of the RPO.
Yeah.
I'm looking strictly at you getting outside the tackles.
Yeah. So Kyle's got to scheme some things up, man. I'm gonna just say that.
Well, good thing he's an offensive genius, so
he better be one on Sunday.
That's what I was about to say.
Yep.
Like if he's an offensive genius, because it's a first look at your man's, and I don't want to hear he's first game, blah blah. Didn't have this, didn't have that. No, you've had time to prepare him. No.
Once again, Damian.
No.
There's guys that have taken every snap since July.
How many of them are coached? How many of them are coached by offensive geniuses?
Well, some people would say Urban Meyer is some kind of genius.
Who said that? Please point them out to the class. Who in the blue hell said Urban Meyer was an offensive genius?
I wasn't talking about the football field.
Oh, okay. Urban Meyer. He's got the moves on and off the field.
And
Urban Meyer scored more times off the field than he has on.
I meant to mention this yesterday, but it's just a quick tidbit. Urban Meyer invited Larry Elder to come talk to the team.
And on that note, we're leaving. Thank you so much for being with us today. Hit the thumbs up on YouTube, hit the follow on Twitch, hit the subscribe on YouTube, hit the heart button on the Odyssey app, and on 1320 AM. Be back here for 49ers Friday tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla. At Ohio State, nonetheless.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. That dude is Triz Ash.
I never even had Whataburger.
I haven't either. Who's Brickhouse Industries? Is that one of our people on Twitter?
I don't know.
I didn't get that to him before the show. We had that long call. I did. Yeah, I'll get working on it. Where is it? I lost it.
Oh yeah, I forgot they play tonight. The Astros are beating the hell out. Well, that's a little exaggeration. They're not beating the hell, but they're comfortably ahead last time I checked. Damn. Astros. Come on.
Okay.
Astros all they want, but I'm just saying.
I'll cheer for Dusty, man.
Yeah.
I'll cheer for Dusty. I also realized I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore.
I'm over it, and they keep winning. Like now, it's like, how much of an effect did it really even have? It's illegal, I get it, but they ain't off the map.
I saw this like pop up. I didn't like. So are we doing this every game where we report that Kyrie Irving is listed as ineligible to play?
I sure hope not.
Like the game is in Brooklyn. Obviously, he's not going to play. We don't have to do this every time. Let's just throw a blanket statement out there. He's not going to play in home games until he's vaccinated. We're not going to tweet this out. Hey, Bleacher Report, don't send out the push notification every time the Nets play. We know. We know. It's part of the deal. Jeez.
Yeah, this is something that they're going to continue to do, it feels like.
Oh boy. Email alert. Kyrie Irving is missing from the Nets email promoting home ticket sales.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I mean, at least that's honest advertising. That is honest advertising right there. Oh, man. Appreciate y'all hanging out today. Another strong post-game show. Or not post-game, but day following the game. Sorry, I know we're sidetracked with other stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Just needed to see something. Appreciate y'all in here. Twitch. Sorry. I don't know what to say to y'all. Lost a bunch of y'all during the Deuce and Mo stuff, but y'all always show out strong, man. We appreciate it. No Chris Carson tonight. All right. I had a bunch of stats on that game that we just never used. I have some stats on the 49ers we could use tomorrow too. Seattle 5-3 outright, 6-2 against the spread as home underdogs with Russell Wilson. First home underdog since week 17 of 2019 season. Russell Wilson's won 9 straight on Thursday night.
It feels like he's won 9 straight all the time, no matter what the stat. Just her.
9 passing touchdowns, 0 interceptions this season. I might go Seahawks tonight. I need to do it while if you're in the pick 'em, do your picks because you're gonna now that we're off the radio, I can see what this sounded like. See if it was loud or if it's just overblown. Oh, that's loud.
What is it? Oh.
Yeah. Oh, dear. That's not okay. That's not okay. Yeah, and you wonder why he doesn't want to come back.
That and the Sixers are really doing it. I'm not even the one to say poor Ben Simmons, but they're doing a terrible job with this. Like, this is kind of ridiculous that this is carrying on the way it is.
That's
Nobody wants to play in Philadelphia.
Oh, let's see.
They should be perfect for each other.
What was I just like? Oh, I need to make my picks. That's what it is. Who went Seattle? Did anyone go Seattle in tonight's game?
Oh no.
Jesse went Seattle?
Start getting some.
Oh, can we get the horns for Tyler? I knew Tyler was in here. Can we get the horns? Can we get the horns for the homeboy Tyler? Tyler, we got.
Yes, sir.
We got some stuff on the way for you, buddy.
What up, Big Tyler?
I'm going to take some stuff either to you or your brother's house or whatever you guys find easier, man. But the chat house got together and they got some stuff for you.
That's love, man. That's love. Oh, this ain't it. Let me see who I picked here. I don't even know.
The hell are my picks? There's a salute from the dope ones.
Nah, I picked Arizona.
And you going. I think I'm going Seahawks. Oh, that's tough. I think I'm going Seahawks. Do I actually have to pick the Falcons?
I picked the
dear.
Rams. I picked the Rams.
Falcons and Jets? Are you kidding me?
I took the Jets.
Did you?
Yeah, man.
All right.
I took the Jets.
I mean, Detroit's going to win at some point, right?
Jesse, I take that back. I took the Niners. I'm going to keep it.
Oh, it's Tampa Bay and Miami. Sorry about that, Jesse.
Them boys is going to be going after.
I'm going Jameis this week.
Man, who y'all going after this year in the draft?
Ooh, Chicago and Las Vegas. Oh, I think I'm going Chicago. I think I'm going Chicago.
I took the Raiders.
Ooh, Cleveland in the chart. Ooh, there's some good games this week.
Sunday night.
Man, Baker's playing hurt, though. No, that's not Sunday night.
No, Buffalo and Kansas City Sunday night.
Oh. Go Cowboys. Man, I think I'm going to pick the 49ers. I've got this feeling I can turn it loose.
In Roseville. And I don't know if I'm going to go to because Roseville's a long ways away.
They're opening one in Roseville on the border. B&B is still the Gray?
Or are you talking about?
Is that what he's in reference to?
Talking about Canes.
That's gotta be Kane.
That's gotta be Kane. That's gotta be Kane.
Oh yeah, it's obnoxious. It's obnoxious.
Get that stupid look off your face.
All right, picks submitted. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Seahawks. Go Hawks.
Whoa.
Go Hawks. Well, I got ground to make up. I'm in like 40th place.
Did you see that Monty McNair is holding court on Twitter right now?
I did not.
Yeah, he says, ask me anything. It's an off day. It's not going to be a basketball question, but ask me anything.
Someone ask Monty McNair if he's watched D'Lo and KC.
John, ask him.
John. Oh, look at King Voss at the top of the standings.
Let me see what King Voss doing.
King Voss at the top of the standings. Yeah, I think I'm in can't make it up territory.
But see, you can't look at where you're at. Look at how many games back. So of 9, I'm 4 games back of 9.
There you go, John Bull. Attaboy.
What he do?
He asked Monty McNair how often you listen to D-Lo and KC. Yeah. I love it. Kyle in there with the same thing. There you go. There you go. Bryce, you're online. Get your question in there too.
Shout out to our people, man.
Get in there. Y'all know. Just flood Monty's Q&A with references to ESPN 1320 and D-Lo and KC. I assure you he knows who ESPN 1320 is. He does. Is and I know Mark's a good dude, but is it ever wild when Mark says stuff like that, like he did the other day, to think, yeah, Mark Jones is out there listening? It's not just Bryce and Manny and John.
Yeah, it is like it really is.
Like our man Mark Jones is out there catching us.
Sometimes I'm saying stuff and I think about, I was like, well, Buddy Hield is listening right now.
Mm-hmm.
What if he's listening right now? Because I know, I think at least, maybe it's different when you're in that situation. But if I played in the NBA, I'd be listening to local sports talk radio.
Bryce just asked Monty McNair, who is your favorite, Damian Barling or Kenny Caraway?
Oh, that's funny, Bryce. That's a good one. You guys couldn't hear Jesse. He said, for all we know, Mark Jones could be Stephen Brown.
Wet blanket Steven. Oh man. Well, that might actually be, we know someone in the crew is listening.
Yeah.
Someone in the crew is listening.
Hey, out there, Earl.
Our man Earl. Uh-oh.
Oh my God.
Uh-oh. Halfway decent to halfway done. Uh-oh.
Oh man. Earl said, "He called me a buster ass." That was pretty funny.
He sure did. He sure did. Oh, that's so good. Bust ass.
Oh man. Good old Earl.
Yeah, man.
One of these days, Earl, Alexis, Big Mar, we're all gonna sit around before or after a game backstage and just laugh. And they'll be like, I had you all wrong, KC. I had you all wrong, Damon. You guys are all right. I'll be like, you know what? I had you guys wrong too. Y'all all right, man. One of these days. The day that the Kings clinch a playoff spot.
It'll be that day. Yeah. Marvin Bagley wins. Most improved player. Maybe it's the Matt George curse. Maybe Marvin finally blows up now that Matt's given up on him.
Right.
Matt's gonna be
since Matt has turned his back on him.
Matt's gonna be the guy at the Yankees the Cleveland game at Major League. I knew it all along. I knew it.
Marvin's averaging 25 and 12 in January, and he's gonna be like, he'll just blow it. He'll just blow it. I'm not getting excited.
Oh,
Please,
man.
what were you doing? An antelope?
Oh, dude. Crispy, crunchy.
Everywhere. It's hard. I don't even know, to be honest.
It's before, you know where you are right now? It's about 2 exits up. It's before Roseville.
West, right?
I was going to say to the right.
I was thinking that too, but I don't know where you're coming from.
Yeah. Well, where he's coming from, he's on Madison. Jesse's on Madison.
He would just go, he'd come out of the building and go go to the right coming out of the building.
Well, yeah, I was thinking more on the freeway, but yeah, he could go. He could turn right and then turn left. Probably turn left on like Garfield, or he could turn on Auburn and just take that into Antelope.
We're on the same page.
Or no, I don't think Auburn goes into Antelope.
Left on the freeway.
Yeah.
I gotta get back to that crispy country over by the crib though. I don't know when that's gonna be. Maybe tomorrow. Ain't gonna be today. Although Fridays were supposed to be for pizza, they have completely gotten rid of my Pizza Friday idea that I let happen for about 9 months to a year. Pizza Friday, I used to love it. And they're like, "We're tired of pizza on Friday."
I think I'm gonna have pizza on Saturday. And my pizza spot opens early, and I have a meeting in Oak Park on Saturday morning, so I'm just gonna stay down there and order some food. And
you been to Slim and Huskies?
Mm-mm.
I've never been there either. I gotta check it out.
Need to though.
Did you see? This is pretty cool. Shout out to look. I ain't even trying to start that. I don't even know why I brought it up, but I'm just gonna say shout out to these people. They're opening up Fixins in LA Live.
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty cool. They were able to expand off of that to LA Live. That's shit. That's pretty damn good.
Have you ever had their food? Have you eaten there? Oh yeah, you ate there a couple weeks ago, right? Yeah. I mean,
I like it a lot. I'm pretty simple though. I'm a chicken and waffles guy. So a lot of people do a lot of the other soul food, like the greens, and I don't know how those stack up to what people like, but their chicken and waffles is pretty good. The only thing I don't like about they give you like this strawberry butter that it's not nasty, but I just want regular butter. But when you ask for regular butter, it's like ice cold, like it's been in the refrigerator, and it doesn't spread very good. So I'm sure I could just ask them like, "Hey, can I get some regular butter and just warm it up a little bit?" And they would do it. But
that's my spot right there. That's where I'm going. Buffalo Pizza.
That's
my spot. No, it's on 21st. Okay. I just because I'm already. It's close enough for me. As far being down there, it's close enough for me.
Yeah. Oh, Monty knows about Marie's Donuts.
So we're all in agreement, right? That Kenny Thomas is joining the TV crew.
That's what I thought too. That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, it didn't look right. It didn't look right at all.
Oh man, the next few
I'm stealing that. Bruh stole
this.
Starts
in less than 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, 20th, 13 days.
I don't think so. No, I don't think he played for the Wolves. If he did, it wasn't like he wasn't doing anything there.
Damn, it's 4:14 already. We really just sitting up here just BSing. Oh man. Oh, right on, Ramsey. Where does your dad work? Because I've been over at some office building across from Buffalo's Pizza. I don't remember what it was. Twitter. He's being asked questions on Twitter.
Monty McNair. I mean, this is all fine and well. We just don't want him to go into Pete D'Alessandro territory.
Yeah, I don't need that. Don't need that. Yes, indeed. That breakfast pizza is legit.
I heard a lot of bad situations with El Rey. I never experienced them, though. I will say that.
I never ate there.
10 times. No, maybe not that many. Maybe about 5 times. And service was good. Food. I never had a bad experience, but
I drank with Al Biancani and Marty Mack.
Marty Mack, R.I.P., man.
Yeah, man.
R.I.P.
That's where he hit me with that line. You know KHTK? Yeah. You know Jason Ross? Yeah. This the other motherfucker.
That's a classic.
All right. And he looks at me. All right, Marty. All right, Marty.
That's a classic.
That dude was awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, El Rey when they started doing the club thing, they didn't have that set up right. Now,
I don't think they knew what they wanted to do.
Twice, and it was lit. Like, no issue. Like, it was all good. But yeah, I mean, there was other times that I just heard about. I wasn't there, and it was like, that's not okay. That place is not going to last. One time I went out there, and I was downtown. I didn't go to the club, I don't think. I was just downtown, and there was like probably 50 people outside of El Rey, just kind of standing there trying to be on the scene. I was like, this ain't gonna last. This is not gonna last.
Yeah.
Because when you have situations like that,
mm-hmm.
they already looking at you like, yo, we can't have this.
It's gonna pop off.
Yeah.
It's gonna pop off. All right, y'all. Go home. I have to record something. It doesn't even have a script.
Right there. It was popping at El Rey until it wasn't.
That's every.
That's a
welcome
story of Sacramento.
Yes, pretty much.
I saw some written. We'll go after this, but I saw some because 5 years ago, the other day was the opening of Golden One Center. They said something where they have like, they were talking about the development in the area, and they were like 26 projects are currently being worked on down there. They said 81 more being proposed. I can't imagine what that looks like. Even if they get half of that, if they get 40, I don't know what the hell that would look like. But they're like, yeah, the Golden One Center is producing the way they thought it would for that area.
Well, good.
Great.
But damn. But damn. Ha. No, my friend. No. I'll post an episode on the podcast though. I know I still have some that I haven't posted for some people. I know you've heard them all, but
you have some that have been finished that never got released? Really?
No, I don't. I don't have any that have never been released.
Oh, I thought you were saying like
no. I have one. I have the one on Kofi. It's written. It's not done. It wouldn't. I'll get the Kofi one done. The Kofi one it's
those are
bigger.
really good, man. Those are really good. I'm not even saying because you're here. I enjoy listening to those.
I got an Eddie Guerrero one already. I'll post that one. I'll post that one. I'll post that one for you, Manny. I'll post the Eddie Guerrero episode for you. I'll put that on the D-Lo and KC YouTube podcast stream.
We're gonna put Damien to more work.
Get us to 2,000 subscribers and I'll start Relive again.
Oh wow. I think they might do it too.
Shit, they got us to 1,000. I mean, I don't doubt that they can get us to 2,000. I think we're at like 1.2 and some change. Somewhere around there. Yeah, that was wild when that was crazy when he passed. That was crazy. That's a good idea, Warren. That's a really good idea. I think the story of how AEW formed and like the Dave Meltzer tweet and all of that stuff. That's a really, really good idea. That's such a cool story. Like Cody Rhodes, that whole thing is such a cool story. I wondered if it was a work though. Like did Cody say, "Hey, Dave, tweet this," or was Dave just doing what he does and Cody saw it and was like,
"What happened?"
Someone asked Dave Meltzer if he thought an indie show could ever sell out a like 15 or 10,000 seat arena or something like that.
Mm.
And he was like, "No, I don't think there's an indie, company strong enough to do it right now. Like ROH is pretty close, but I just don't think it could be done."
Yeah. And
Cody Rhodes retweeted it. "I'll take that bet." And that's how Double or Nothing. No, that's how All In started. The first, it wasn't even AEW. It was just an independent show. And Cody was on it. The Young Bucks were on it. All of those guys were on it. And then All In became, it led to Double or Nothing, which led to the birth of AEW, which was basically the birth of AEW. Because I think at Double or Nothing, they announced they had a TNT, television deal and all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Cole's not feeling the love, I guess.
What does Cole want? I'm like, what's Cole want us to do? Did I miss something? Cole just needs attention. Like it's okay, Cole. It's all right. Hey,
Cole's daughter is out here. I see her on the soccer field, man. She had a couple moves on one of the clips that he showed. I was like, oh, that's what we doing it? That's how we doing it? So that's what's up, man. Hopefully they got a good season coming up. I think I should have a soccer game on Saturday. Not me, Reese.
I see the conversation going on, and this is the big facts. No return, Cole. You gonna wear that shit. You gonna wear that shirt. Wear it every day. No return policy. No return.
All sales are final.
Oh, Kyle throwing hands. Chatty House shirt is for YouTubers anyways. Kyle throwing hands at the Twitch users. Watch out. Watch out.
Damn, Roddy.
Whoops. That's daily.
That's daily.
That's daily. More people watch this show live than watch those other shows, period. And you know what the great thing that I have to remind myself of sometimes is we're a radio station.
Right.
Like we're on the radio. Like we have a blast with YouTube and Twitch. Dude, we're on the radio.
Yeah. I'll be forgetting that myself.
People actually want to listen to us too. That's so loving. That's funny. All right. We're leaving.
Yeah.
You know the deal. Love y'all. See y'all tomorrow at noon.
Wow.